Chapter 909. Meow Meow. The little thieving cat jumped out of the misty spatial world and sat on Zhao Feng's shoulder, then sighed and shook its head. It seemed to be saying that its unreliable master had fallen asleep again. Ever since Zhao Feng had traded the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly with Duke Nan Feng, the little thieving cat wasn't as bored in the misty spatial world. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly had even become the little thieving cat's lackey and listened to everything it said. Now that Zhao Feng had fallen asleep, it couldn't bring its lackey, so it had to protect Zhao Feng. It was also responsible for raising all sorts of treasures and the 5 poison distinct bees. The little thieving cat felt a lot of pressure. Ding! Ding! The little thieving cat threw out a bronze coin, and it landed on its paws with a crisp jingle. The little thieving cat went crazy when it saw it, and its black eyes were filled with helplessness. Meow meow. The little thieving cat meowed at Zhao Feng, as if it was saying that he would make it up to him after he woke up. You're the assassin ranked 32nd in Black Screen Corner. Emperor Withered Shadow? Old Monster Sue's heart shook when he found out who the skinny male was. He didn't expect Earth Spirit Hall to hire such a powerful assassin to stop him from breaking through to the mystic light realm. Furthermore, Emperor Withered Shadow had been hiding when he broke through to the mystic light realm last time. However, after realizing that Old Monster Sue was destined to fail, he didn't do anything. Thinking up to there, Old Monster Sue felt lucky that his luck was good. Earth Spirit Hall, I will take revenge. Hatred flashed through Old Monster Sue's eyes. Zhao Feng's goal was to dominate the coastline, so he obviously wouldn't let Earth Spirit Hall go. Now that Old Monster Sue had broken through to the mystic light realm, the 10,000 Sacred Clan regained its glory as a 3-star power. Old Monster Sue followed Zhao Feng's orders and spent most of his time in the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. He needed time to familiarize himself with the power of a mystic light. He left the management of the 10,000 Sacred Clan to the other 2 emperors. Everyone could feel the change in the 10,000 Sacred Clan. Only some of the more experienced upper echelon members knew the true reason, and they couldn't do anything about it. The disciples of the 10,000 Sacred Clan felt that the 10,000 Sacred Clan and the Ocean Smoke Pavilion were working together, and the 10,000 Sacred Clan would return to its former glory. A surge of hot blood reverberated in the chests of these young disciples. Meanwhile, in the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, now that Bai Qingyue had a top-tier assassin protecting her, she became much bolder and more decisive, allowing the Ocean Smoke Pavilion to develop quickly. With Zhao Feng's support and the help of the 10,000 Sacred Clan's members, Zhao Feng's strength had increased significantly. In just half a year, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's foundation wasn't any weaker than a 3-star power, but they didn't have a Sacred Lord. After another half a year, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight returned with a team of elite subordinates from Black Screen Corner. Among them, there were 2 great emperors, 8 kings, and the rest were Great Origin Core or half-step kings. They were all experts in intelligence, gathering, and assassination. Overall, it was a rather powerful elite team. Thus, the assassination organization was established. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight was temporarily in charge of the island region next to the Misty Moon Island region. Emperor Withered Shadow, why are you here? Supreme Emperor Dark Knight returned to the Ocean Smoke Pavilion and was surprised to run into an acquaintance. They were both top-tier assassins of Black Screen Corner, and their rankings weren't far apart. They obviously interacted with each other and often exchanged information. Emperor Withered Shadow was also surprised, and he immediately said, Master gave me a chance to change. I didn't expect you to stop Duke Nan Feng from breaking through and never return. So, you became Master's servant. Master can fulfill my ambitions. If we work together, we'll create an assassination organization that's only weaker than Black Screen Corner, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight said with ambition. I don't care about that. I only like to assassinate. Emperor Withered Shadow revealed a cold and murderous expression. Within the core secret hall of the Earth Spirit Hall in the Island Zone, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion has teamed up with the 10,000 Sacred Clan. Furthermore, the intelligence agents of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion have been very active in the coastal areas recently. They don't put Earth Spirit Hall in their eyes at all. Most of the roars came from domain-level kings, and some were even peak-tier kings and emperors. An elder in dark blue robes floated in the air. He was covered in a mystic light, and his eyes were closed. Reporting to Grand Elder, Zhao Feng killed 2 emperors and 16 Void God Realm kings of Earth Spirit Hall. If it wasn't for the fact that Duke Nanfeng stopped him, even I wouldn't have been able to return, the golden-robed Emperor Zhang Xiandong said in embarrassment. Now that Zhao Feng's force has teamed up with the 10,000 Sacred Clan, which just became a 3-star power, they definitely want to fight back against Earth Spirit Hall. Grand Elder, please make the decision. The elder floating in the air suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't expect something like this to happen right after he came out of seclusion. A group of Void God Realm experts from Earth Spirit Hall had been slaughtered by a junior. If this spread, what face would Earth Spirit Hall have left? If the 10,000 Sacred Clan wanted to rise, did they ask Earth Spirit Hall for permission? An invisible, magnificent power caused the entire dimension to tremble. The secret hall was deathly silent. Many domain-level kings felt their blood freeze, and they found it hard to breathe. Humph! Earth Spirit Hall is the true ruler of this area. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter snickered coldly. An invisible pressure made the hearts of all the experts shake. The elders of Earth Spirit Hall were originally planning to send an even stronger group of unrivaled emperors to kill Zhao Feng. However, they heard that old monster Su had become a sacred lord and was personally guarding the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. They could only give up and wait for Sacred Lord Sky Splitter to come out of seclusion. Now that Sacred Lord Sky Splitter was so angry, they knew that the elders would personally take action. Reporting to Grand Elder, Zhao Feng from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion has been in seclusion for a year, but old monster Su, who has become a sacred lord, is guarding the place. A peak emperor below warned. Furthermore, Zhao Feng and Duke Nanfeng have always been close, and Duke Nanfeng has become a sacred lord as well. Duke Nanfeng has become a sacred lord? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's expression changed. If it was just old monster Su, who had just broken through, he wouldn't put him in his eyes, but Duke Nanfeng was an Imperials and had become a sacred lord. If he came to protect Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Zhao Feng had killed 2 emperors and dozens of kings from Earth Spirit Hall. If Zhao Feng was let go, how would Earth Spirit Hall continue to dominate the area? He also heard that Zhao Feng had benefited the most from the divine illusion dimension, and he had obtained substandard god weapons, the god-slaying arrow and the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng, I will personally take action if he kills someone from Earth Spirit Hall, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter said in a serious tone. After saying that, he disappeared into the dark secret hall. The elders within the secret hall were excited. Some of them had survived Zhao Feng's massacre. I must talk to Duke Nanfeng, but before that, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter turned into a ball of light and flew into the limitless ocean. 3 months later, in a ghost fog forest, an old voice sounded in Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's soul before he even arrived. What are you doing here instead of guarding Earth Spirit Hall? Old ghost, of course I have something good to tell you, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter said with a smile as he floated into the depths of the ghost fog forest. In a dark and strange forest, there was a simple and crude wooden house. A stream flowed through it, but there was not a single living being within a radius of 10,000 miles. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. An elder that looked like a withered tree said slowly, It's been a few hundred years, but you're still the same. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter revealed a faint smile. He understood Old Ghost's personality, so he told him the purpose of his visit. He didn't have much confidence in negotiating with Duke Nanfeng alone, especially now that Duke Nanfeng had broken through to the mystic light realm. If Old Ghost was here, he believed that Duke Nanfeng wouldn't offend two sacred lords and the forces behind them for a junior. He could also destroy the 10,000 sacred clan. In the coastal region, only one 3-star sect was needed. Old Ghost had a weird expression as his eyes twinkled as he stared at Sacred Lord Sky Splitter. Negotiate with Duke Nanfeng, kill a sacred lord from the 10,000 sacred clan, and capture a void god realm junior. Ha ha ha! Nothing escapes your eyes, Sacred Lord Sky. Splitter spread his hands and laughed. There's no need for a mystic light realm sacred lord to take action against a normal void god realm junior. That junior is Zhao Feng, right? Old Ghost laughed coldly. After the divine illusion dimension ended, a lot of news still entered his ears. After all, the divine illusion dimension this time was different from the past. That's right. The two of us should go and negotiate with Duke Nanfeng first. I'm sure that he'll give us some face, and then we'll kill old monster Sue, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter suggested with a grim expression. Old Ghost's eyes spun as he revealed a deadly expression. I only want half of what's on Zhao Feng. Far away in the center of the continent zone, in the royal family of the Great Gone Dynasty, the majestic buildings were enveloped in the vast fortune of the dynasty. In the luxurious and magnificent hall, the 13th prince had an excited expression. Mother, is this true? Why would I lie to you? Your father is already engaged to the grand elder of the Duanmu family. In front of the 13th prince was a peerless female wearing a gold and silver robe and a golden crown. She had a doting smile on her face. A majestic, middle-aged male next to her walked over. Qin, this is all because of your mother. She mentioned your love for Zhao Yufei many times in front of the sacred emperor. Thank you, mother. Zhou Qin was overjoyed. He could even imagine his beloved Zhao Yufei shyly jumping into his embrace. Also, because of this, many other forces have joined our faction and supported Chen. The majestic male's eyes twinkled. Zhou Qin knew what his uncle was implying. Chen, I will not disappoint mother and uncle's high hopes. I am 90% confident that I will be able to become the crown prince. Even fourth brother might not be my match. Zhou Chen's eyes were spirited as he said, confidently, Ha ha ha! It looks like Chen has secretly recruited a powerful helper. The majestic male's expression changed, and then he laughed. The fourth prince was the oldest prince and one of the most popular candidates for the crown prince position. His talent was shocking, and he had been preparing for the crown prince position for almost 100 years. Since Zhou Chen dared to say something like this, it meant that he was very confident. At the same time, in another prince's palace in the Lord dynasty, a young man in a golden robe with an extraordinary bearing was pacing back and forth. Damn it, Imperial Father actually dotes on Zhou Qin so much that he even arranged a marriage with the Duanmu clan. Isn't this clearly telling the Duanmu clan to stand behind Zhou Qin? The young man's eyes were like lightning as he loudly roared. Seventh Prince, please calm down. This is something that can't be helped. The current Divine Empress is the 13th Prince's mother. A man in white, scholarly robes with a jade-white face said softly in front of the 7th Prince. However, this is only giving the 13th Prince a higher starting point. The Crown Prince battle isn't about who has more supporters. Chapter 910. Tianfeng Great Island Zone. Two figures, one white and one black, surrounded by sacred power, flew through the air and soon arrived at the Duke's palace. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter, an old ghost, floated in the clouds above the Duke's palace and released two terrifying auras. Who, in an instant, countless beings within several thousand miles of the Duke's palace felt suffocated and froze. Duke Nanfeng isn't here? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter scanned with his divine sense and revealed a surprised expression. "Two sacred lords have come to the Duke's palace. I'm the captain of the guards. How can I help you?" A peak-tier king in golden robes from the guards of the Duke's palace slowly flew up against the pressure from the two sacred lords. This male was extremely uneasy. He had never seen two sacred lords come to the Duke's palace ever since he joined the guards. Only one sacred lord of the demonic Tao had come a while ago. He didn't know what was going on, but experts at the Emperor realm and above kept coming to the Duke's palace. Where did Duke Nanfeng go? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter was surrounded by a sacred light, and he was like a god looking down on the world as he spoke. The general in golden robes felt an invisible pressure that made it hard for him to breathe and make him lose consciousness. Duke Nanfeng went to the inner regions of the Lord dynasty several days ago. The two sacred lords looked at each other. They were first surprised, but then they revealed a wicked smile. Duke Nanfeng wasn't here. This meant that the two of them didn't feel any pressure at all. Duke Nanfeng wouldn't do anything to them after Zhao Feng died. At the same time, regret flashed through Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's eyes. If Duke Nanfeng had left earlier, he wouldn't have gone to find Old Ghost. Now that everything was much easier, he would have to give away half of Zhao Feng's treasures. After the two sacred lords left, the general in golden robes took a deep breath and returned to the Duke's palace. On the way back, Old Ghost suddenly thought of something and asked, "I remember that the Ocean Smoke Pavilion is a subordinate force of 9 Darkness Palace. Why didn't 9 Darkness Palace do anything when Zhao Feng swallowed the Ocean Smoke Pavilion?" 9 Darkness Palace used to be a 4-star power. Although it had declined, it was still a peak 3-star power and was one of the leading forces of the demonic Tao. Even if he had more guts, Old Ghost wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about the 9 Nether Palace. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter had just come out of seclusion, so he didn't know much, but he still acted like he didn't need to worry. 9 Darkness Palace is in the depths of the continent and can't do anything to the ocean. Furthermore, I heard that 9 Darkness Palace's eyes are all on Nangongsheng, who has the power of the evil god. Old Ghost couldn't help but be surprised when Nangongsheng was mentioned. Unbelievable. Nangongsheng was able to inherit the power of a god. Old Ghost sighed in his heart. He had broken through to the mystic light realm 10,000 years ago, but he was still stuck at the early stages of the mystic light realm. But an ordinary King Realm Jr. was able to obtain the power of a divine throne. What a lucky chance! If he could comprehend a wisp of divine power, he would probably be able to break through to the middle stages of the mystic light realm immediately. So what if you have the power of God? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter snickered coldly and felt a bit annoyed. However, when he thought of the benefits that Zhao Feng had, he became excited. There were many resources, legendary ores, and 2 substandard god weapons within the ancient mysterious palace. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's eyes spun as he said, "Old Ghost, you deal with old monster Su while I control Zhao Feng. We can't give him the chance to use the misty spatial world." Okay, Old Ghost agreed on the surface, but he knew what Sacred Lord Sky Splitter was thinking. The misty spatial world was a support type item that didn't have high requirements for the user. As long as one obtained it, they could use it. If Zhao Feng used the misty spatial world to escape, they wouldn't be able to catch up. However, the god-slaying arrow was different. A measly king wouldn't be able to use it. Even initial stage mystic light realm kings could only use half of the power of a substandard god weapon. Several months later, in the Misty Moon Island zone, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion was much bigger than before, and there was an endless stream of members. Bai Qingyue would spend a lot of time in the information hall every day and read the latest news. The earlier the information was known, the more valuable it was. This was the slogan of almost all the intelligence agencies. A limitless, magnificent power suddenly covered the entire Water Bay sacred land. This power seemed to change heaven and earth and make everything bow down to it. All the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion felt like they were suffocating from this power. Those whose cultivation wasn't even a king spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Devil Sue's expression was one of shock as he immediately charged out. He looked at the black and white balls of light in the distance, and his expression was one of shock. 2 sacred lords. One of them was Sacred Lord Sky Splitter from Earth Spirit Hall, and the other Sacred Lord's aura was extremely weird. His aura was even stronger than Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's. Old Monster, Sue revealed a bitter smile. He didn't think that his first battle after breaking through to the Mystic Light realm would be like this. Bai Qingyue took a deep breath and quickly came out with the other 2 emperors of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. Their hearts dropped when they saw the image of the sun and moon in the sky. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's divine sense spread out and found where Zhao Feng was. Wasn't Zhao Feng in seclusion? Why was he sleeping? At the same time, Old Ghost also sensed Zhao Feng, who was still sleeping. Humph! I can feel a powerful surge of power awakening in his left eye. Old Ghost snickered coldly and messaged. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter gave a wicked smile. Then we'll make sure he never wakes up. Old Monster Sue slowly floated into the air and blocked the aura of a Sacred Lord for the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter, you're a Sacred Lord, but you're attacking a junior. Humph. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about the small things. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter didn't bother talking to Old Monster Sue. He circulated the mystic light, sacred power within his body, and was about to attack. Old Ghost looked down at everyone on the side. There was no need for him to do anything. However, Old Ghost's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned around. Whoosh! A ball of green light shot over like a meteor, and its aura clashed with them. The expressions of Old Ghost and Sacred Lord Sky Splitter changed slightly as they felt the enmity from the other party. At the same time, all the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion were stunned. The auras of the 3 Sacred Lords made them feel as if heaven and earth was about to shatter. At this moment, 3 Sacred Lords had descended upon the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. All the members fell into despair. Even a normal 3-star power wouldn't be able to fight back against 3 Sacred Lords. A male with snow-white hair and starry eyes walked out from the green light. His appearance could be said to be perfect. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he cast a profound gaze toward the place where Zhao Feng was sleeping. Old Su and Bai Qingyue looked at each other. They felt that this Sacred Lord didn't seem to be an enemy. Maybe they still had hope. I am Sacred Lord Sky Splitter from Earth Spirit Hall. Who are you? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter stood next to Old Ghost and asked. The aura of this Sacred Lord in front of him was not simple. However, even if the Sacred Lord was here to help the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, he wasn't scared. After all, this person seemed to be a wood elemental Sacred Lord and didn't specialize in fighting. Duanmu Qing of the Duanmu family, one of the 8 big families, the white-haired male said. He wasn't scared of the auras of 2 emperors at all. 8 big families. The expressions of Sacred Lord Sky Splitter and Old Ghost paused, and their auras instantly weakened. The 8 big families were ancient families of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. They were extremely influential and had countless connections with the Lord Dynasty. Even the Duanmu family, which was ranked at the bottom, wasn't something a 3-star power could be compared to. On top of that, this was the Earth Spirit Hall of a normal 3-star power. Old Monster Su and Bai Qingyue were even more shocked. They didn't expect this Sacred Lord to be from one of the 8 big families. Could their master be related to the 8 big families? May I know why Sacred Lord Duanmu is here? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter asked with a faint smile. If the other party was a Sacred Lord of the Duanmu family and wanted the benefits from Zhao Feng, then there was still room for negotiation. Old Ghost's expression became grim, but there was nothing he could do. "I'm just here to find my disciple." Duanmu Qing looked at the two as his white hair blew in the wind. "Disciple?" Sacred Lord Sky Splitter paused for a moment. From the moment Duanmu Qing arrived until now, he realized that Duanmu Qing's divine sense had been observing Xiaofeng. Therefore, he thought that Duanmu Qing also wanted the benefits from Xiaofeng. He didn't expect Duanmu Qing to be here to find his disciple. Disciple? Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. Could Xiaofeng be the disciple of a sacred lord from the Duanmu family? How was that possible? How did Xiaofeng have a relationship with the Duanmu family? Why didn't the people from Earth Spirit Hall tell him about such important news? If they attacked Xiaofeng, they would be offending the Duanmu family. That's right. My disciple's name is Xiaofeng, Duanmu Qing said confidently as he arrived next to Old Monster Su and looked at Sacred Lord Sky Splitter and Old Ghost. Old Monster Su was overjoyed. He didn't expect his master to have a relationship with the Duanmu family. Bai Qingyue let out a breath and became even more respectful towards her master. Many of the people below, who were still conscious, were shocked awake, and their expressions were filled with excitement. "Grand Elder, it's someone from the Duanmu family." "That's one of the 8 big families of the Great Gan, Lord Dynasty. The Duanmu family has sent a sacred lord to save us." Sacred Lord Sky Splitter and Old Ghost had ugly expressions as they stood there in a daze. If they were to fight, they would definitely have the advantage. However, they couldn't do anything. They didn't dare to do anything. "We're just passing by. We won't disturb you any longer. Farewell, Sacred Lord Duanmu." The 2 sacred lords looked at each other and sighed helplessly. In the end, they gave up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Zhao Feng's head turned to the side, and his golden hair floated in the air. An invisible golden ripple spread out in all directions, permeating the void and extending endlessly. This golden ripple didn't seem to be true yuan or soul intent. It passed through the bodies of everyone present. All the experts trembled slightly, and their hearts were filled with shock and doubt. The instant the golden ripples swept past them, they felt as if all of their secrets had been exposed, and they were holding nothing back. The 2 sacred lords looked deeply at where Xiaofeng was in seclusion and quickly left. Everyone from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion let out a breath and were overjoyed. Duanmu Qing slowly descended and said, "After this evolution, Xiaofeng's god I will become even stronger." Chapter 911. Duanmu Qing slowly descended and looked at the secret hall where Xiaofeng was sleeping. He said in a gratified tone, "After this transformation, Xiaofeng's god I will become even stronger." Back at the mystic true sacred clan, Duanmu Qing had personally witnessed how strong Xiaofeng's left eye became after it evolved. Even Zhao Yufei, who had the power of her little world and the help of the Purple Saint partial spirit, couldn't fight back against his eye bloodline and soul techniques. However, the energy fluctuation that Zhao Feng unintentionally released earlier did not seem like a soul. However, it penetrated through matter and did not contain any laws or profundities. Duanmu Qing could not figure it out. Last time, when Zhao Feng's god eye evolved, his soul intent strengthened. I wonder what will happen this time. Duanmu Qing smiled warmly, full of anticipation. "Sacred Lord Duanmu, please come in." Bai Qingyue quickly went forward and didn't dare to be careless. This sacred lord was a member of the Duanmu family and master's master. He even saved the Ocean Smoke Pavilion in the nick of time. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter and the other sacred lord were forced to leave. Although they were both sacred lords, Old Monster Su could only follow behind Duanmu Qing. "Sacred Lord Duanmu, your disciple is still in seclusion," Bai Qingyue said with an apologetic smile. "How long has he been asleep?" Duanmu Qing asked. "Almost a year and a half." Bai Qingyue replied honestly. Duanmu Qing was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhao Feng to be asleep for so long already. The last time he was asleep was only a few months ago. I will wait here for Zhao Feng to wake up. After that, Duanmu Qing moved in. All the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion felt that their future was bright. Now that the Ocean Smoke Pavilion had formed a relationship with the 8 great clans, there wouldn't be any power that could hinder the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's development in this region. A surge of hot blood burned in the chests of these young disciples. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter and Old Ghost were enraged after leaving. Wherever they went, storms started to appear, and it was as if heaven and earth were about to shatter. You old bastard, in the future, before you do anything, you must first investigate thoroughly. Old Ghost's eyes were cold, and a sinister aura spread out as he left angrily. After all, he lived alone in seclusion. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter was in his own clan and had his own intelligence agency, but he was still so clueless. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter was enraged after returning to Earth Spirit Hall. An entire Earth Spirit Hall started to panic. Most people didn't know why the Grand Elder was so angry. Emperor Lightspeed, go and find out everything about Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's battle power rose into the air as he spoke with anger. Below, a young martial monarch knelt on the ground, trembling, under the Sacred Master's rage. He felt as if a thunderstorm was exploding all around him, and he was already half a step into the gates of hell. Yes, Grand Elder, I will definitely find out everything about Zhao Feng. Lightburst Monarch said in a trembling voice. 3 months later, Sacred Lord Sky Splitter received a report, and his heart shook when he scanned it with his divine sense. After Zhang Xiandong of the Earth Spirit Hall left, the Emperor of the Tai family actually came to the 10,000 Sacred Clan. He has the bloodline of the Tai family. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's heart shook. The 8 great clans again. The strength of the Tai family was at the peak of the 8 great families, and it was comparable to a peak 3-star power. The 9 Darkness demonic lord of 9 Darkness Palace came to the Duke's palace and took Zhao Feng away. Sacred Lord Sky Splitter's expression turned from surprise to shock. A Sacred Lord of 9 Darkness Palace had come to the edge of the island zone. But they only found out about such important information now. This intelligence agency was a bunch of trash. That wasn't even the main point. There were signs of a battle between the 9 Darkness demonic lord and Zhao Feng. In the end, Zhao Feng returned, and the 9 Darkness demonic lord disappeared. The floating piece of information turned into dust. Time slowly passed. Duanmu Qing lived in the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, which wasn't far from where Zhao Feng was in seclusion. He would use his divine sense to check on Zhao Feng's situation every once in a while. Zhao Feng's body would move every once in a while, even though he was in deep sleep. His faint golden hair was like sacred light, and it gave off an ethereal and otherworldly feeling. Within the dimension of his left eye, Zhao Feng already had a faint consciousness, and he witnessed everything that was happening. At first, a wisp of golden light appeared in the depths of the blue lake, and it made the surface of the lake sparkle. Then, a wisp of faint golden light scattered from it. This faint golden light that suddenly appeared wasn't my intent. Zhao Feng observed it for a long time, but he couldn't tell where it came from. As this light shone on it, a portion of the purple mist above the blue lake started to fade. Although it was very small and weak, Zhao Feng could still feel it. The elements of wind and lightning within the mist started to decrease as well. At first, Zhao Feng was shocked. Could it be that the mutation of his god I had decreased the strength of his soul intent? However, as the faint golden light turned from 1 wisp to 2 and then to 1, more and more of the purple mist disappeared, but he felt that his soul intent wasn't weakened at all. Where did the purple sea of mist go? Zhao Feng could only wait. More and more faint golden light appeared on the surface of the lake. and it formed a complete ray of light that shone on the purple mist. The power of the God Tribulation lightning is disappearing, Zhao Feng couldn't help but exclaim. After all, the purple mist was a product of the mutation of his god eye, so he could accept it disappearing. However, the disappearance of the power of the God Tribulation lightning made Zhao Feng unable to remain calm. The power of the God Tribulation lightning countered everything, but it was disappearing as well. The power of the God Tribulation lightning had always been his trump card, and had been used in countless dangerous battles. Zhao Feng still hoped that it could help him resist the God Tribulation lightning in the future. As time passed, the Purple Soul Sea and the power of the God Tribulation lightning started to disappear. Wait, my soul intent hasn't weakened. Instead, it's a little different. Zhao Feng suddenly realized that something was wrong. His consciousness started to become clearer as the god eye mutated. At the start, Zhao Feng could only observe it, but now he could sense it in detail. 20% of the Purple Soul Sea had disappeared, but his soul intent hadn't weakened at all. On the contrary, it had become slightly stronger, but it was very weak. If it wasn't for the weird feeling coming from his soul, Zhao Feng wouldn't have realized this. As he looked at the golden light in the lake become brighter and brighter, he felt as if something was about to float out. On a certain day, the golden light suddenly became stronger, and Zhao Feng could see a ball of twisting light at the bottom of the lake. Duanmu Qing's divine sense was constantly inspecting Zhao Feng in the ocean smoke pavilion. At this moment, no one would be able to take their eyes off Zhao Feng. His faint golden hair radiated a faint golden light that would make even sacred lord surprised. Even the mysterious little thieving cat wasn't able to escape. As this light seeped into its body, it felt uncomfortable and entered the misty spatial world. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng's god eye is about to awaken its true power. Duanmu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, Zhao Feng wouldn't have slept for so long. Within the dimension of his left eye, Zhao Feng's consciousness was dazed as he stared at the golden ball on the surface of the blue lake. It was limitless and transparent, like the golden sun in the dimension of his left eye. It radiated an ancient aura that didn't change, but it gave Zhao Feng a familiar feeling. The golden ball was smooth and gave off a faint golden light that could pierce through everything. It passed through the ocean of mist and landed at the bottom of the blue lake. The purple mist above the lake started to disappear at a speed several times faster than before. A whirlpool suddenly formed on the surface of the blue lake above the golden ball. Whoosh! The blue lake flowed along the whirlpool, and streams of water continuously seeped into the golden ball and disappeared. A numbing pain suddenly swept through his soul, and Zhao Feng groaned. My soul! Zhao Feng focused all his senses on his soul and was stunned. He found that his soul was becoming more and more condensed. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would flash across it. However, Zhao Feng could immediately tell that it wasn't normal lightning. It was God Tribulation lightning. Could it be that the purple mist and the power of God Tribulation lightning merged into my soul? Zhao Feng couldn't calm down. Although the purple soul sea originally came from the blue lake, the power of God Tribulation lightning merged into his soul. However, the power of God Tribulation lightning merged into his soul. Zhao Feng could only say that it was unbelievable. He suddenly remembered that there was similar information in his memories. Apart from bloodlines and bodies, there was also a very rare soul body. Its rarity wasn't any lower than the bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. Because this kind of soul body was extremely rare and couldn't be researched, there were both good and bad cases. Some people even thought of it as a disease of the soul, so it wasn't widely known. A soul body was something that one was born with. Zhao Feng wasn't sure if his soul was a special soul body. Since he didn't know, Zhao Feng didn't want to think about it. At the very least, he knew that the purple soul sea and the power of God Tribulation lightning hadn't disappeared. However, Zhao Feng couldn't find the wind eye. After an unknown amount of time, the purple soul sea completely disappeared. Only the golden ball and the blue lake remained in the dimension of his left eye. The size of the lake had shrunk to 500 yards, and it was completely absorbed by the golden ball. 400 yards, 300 yards, 100 yards. The blue lake had completely disappeared. It was completely absorbed by the golden ball. The size of the golden ball didn't change at all. Wang, the mysterious golden ball, instantly released a golden ripple that passed through everything. It even passed through this dimension and extended into the outside world. Zhao Feng knew that the evolution was almost over. However, he didn't know what kind of secrets this golden ball had. What did the evolution of the god I bring him? Within a quiet cave in the inner regions of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty, a girl in white was currently painting with her eyes closed. She seemed to be hit by a strong force, and her eyes suddenly opened as blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth. This was a pair of eyes that had no pupils, and they seemed to be able to see through everything. Master was right. It really is the ninth god's eye. The girl lowered her head and looked at the painting in her hand. It was of an extremely handsome male with golden hair and golden eyes. His gaze was like amber, and it seemed to be able to see through everything and know all secrets. It was a quiet and secluded sea of green bamboo. An old man was playing chess with an ethereal and tranquil young girl. The elder seemed to be thinking, but he didn't know what to do next. Suddenly his eyes became dim, as if he had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation in hell. A black line slowly spun in his eyes. "Disciple, let's stop here for today." The elder's eyes returned to normal. "Master, you will never be my opponent in chess." "Hee hee." The young girl smiled calmly. Her beautiful face seemed to cause the hearts of the entire sea of bamboo to sway. Chapter 9:12. Duanmu Qing, who was in seclusion, immediately opened his eyes. He had been pierced by the mysterious ripple again, just now. This time the feeling was even stronger. It was as if everything within his body was being controlled by the mysterious power. Duanmu Qing's divine sense scanned toward where Zhao Feng was in seclusion. The light from Zhao Feng's faint golden hair started to fade. The mysterious power also disappeared in an instant. Zhao Feng should be waking up soon. Sigh. Duanmu Qing was overjoyed, but when he thought about his goal, he sighed with a complicated expression. Within the dimension of his left eye, there was only a mysterious golden ball that radiated a faint golden ripple. The golden ripple didn't light up the pitch-black dimension too much. Instead, it pierced through the darkness and shone toward an unknown place. The golden ripple, radiating from the golden ball, slowly calmed down. The pitch-black dimension became calm again. Zhao Feng could slowly sense what was happening outside, and he could move his body. Zhao Feng slowly stood up, but he found that he couldn't open his left eye. So heavy. Zhao Feng tried his best to open his left eye. Wang, the golden ball floating within the dimension of his left eye, released a faint golden ripple. Open! The instant his left eye opened, an invisible ripple spread out and covered everything within sight. Zhao Feng was instantly dazed and his body froze. What's going on? Was this still the world he was in? As far as the eye could see, everything turned from ordinary matter into translucent, golden surfaces, lines and dots. Zhao Feng looked at a certain spot on the wall in front of him. This area rapidly enlarged, turning into countless particles that were densely packed and arranged in an incomparably orderly manner. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on one of the particles. This particle enlarged once again and turned into billions of particles. This is... Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. He could clearly see the countless particles intertwining with each other in a complex pattern, ultimately forming this wall. Sii. Zhao Feng's expression was filled with shock as he thought of a possibility. He suddenly circulated his sacred, lightning body and raised his right hand to inspect it. Who? In his vision, his right hand had turned into a faint, golden, transparent palm. Spiritual energy revolved around it, and lightning patterns covered it. Zhao Feng stared at one of the lightning patterns. His field of vision instantly enlarged. He saw countless tiny lightning bolts fusing with each other and connecting with countless wisps of true yuan on his skin. His left eye focused once more on one of the small bolts of lightning. Zoom in. Zhao Feng watched in disbelief as the densely packed particles attached to each other and formed all kinds of structures. These particles formed a structure that eventually formed a tiny lightning bolt. A large amount of information instantly appeared and was stored by the golden ball in the dimension of his left eye. Zhao Feng felt a swelling pain in his left eye, so he closed it to calm his mind. This ability seems to allow me to see through the basic structure of any object. After a long time, Zhao Feng came to a conclusion and was shocked. His left eye could even analyze the particles that made up the lightning. This ability combined vision and X-ray vision, infinitely magnifying it to an unimaginable degree, seeing through the essence of everything. That was to say, for example, a normal drop of dew. From Zhao Feng's point of view, it was a complex building made up of billions of particles. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. Maybe this wasn't the only use of this ability. Zhao Feng! Duanmu Qing arrived outside the secret hall. Master! Zhao Feng had sensed Duanmu Qing's arrival a long time ago, but the change in his left eye attracted his attention. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng walked out of the secret hall and clasped his fists. After breaking through to the mystic light realm, Duanmu Qing's lifespan had increased dramatically, and he looked even more energetic. This is all thanks to you for taking the risk to obtain the 100-origin sacred honey in the ancient mysterious palace. Zhao Yufei told Duanmu Qing everything that happened in the divine illusion dimension, including how Zhao Feng had taken over another body and revived. Duanmu Qing felt slightly regretful. If it was the Zhao Feng of the past who knew how much he would have grown. I didn't expect you to kill the Emperor of Death. Duanmu Qing sighed in his heart. Even though he had broken through to the mystic light realm, he didn't want to offend the Emperor of Death and an emperor that was even older than him. However, Zhao Feng had chased the Emperor of Death to the point of death and created a legend of the Tsang Ocean. After being chased for 7 years, how could I let him go now that I have the chance? Speaking of the Emperor of Death, Zhao Feng thought back to how he had to run and hide under the shadow of death for 7 years. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life, so how could he just let it go like that? Duanmu Qing nodded his head. His disciple had long since surpassed him. Duanmu Qing inspected the current Zhao Feng with a praising gaze. He had a head of light golden hair that was as elegant as holy light, golden eyes that seemed to contain all things, and a handsome face that gave off a transcendent aura. When Duanmu Qing saw those golden eyes that looked like pure amber, his heart trembled. He felt like all his secrets were laid bare for all to see. Zhao Feng, now that your god eye has mutated, your true strength has probably reached the level of an unrivaled emperor, right? Duanmu Qing asked curiously. He had never seen through this disciple of his, whether it was the Zhao Feng of the past or the current Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's cultivation had just reached the late stages of the void god realm. His strength was estimated to be an unrivaled emperor, which had increased by 3 ranks. Only the top 5 geniuses on the imperial genius rankings had such an evaluation. Currently, Zhao Feng was ranked 8th on the imperial genius rankings. However, Duanmu Qing believed that Zhao Feng's ranking would be even higher. The mutation of my left eye only gave me a supportive ability. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile and told Duanmu Qing the truth. Although it was a supportive ability, it definitely surpassed his imagination, and Zhao Feng couldn't explain it right now. As for whether or not his left eye had any other new abilities, Zhao Feng hadn't looked into it yet. Master, You must have something else to do after coming all the way here, right? Zhao Feng could see something from Duanmu Qing's expression. Indeed, there is something else. Duanmu Qing didn't know what to say. Something to do with me? Zhao Feng was puzzled. Something to do with Yufei. Duanmu Qing sighed. What's wrong with Yufei? Zhao Feng was puzzled. Zhao Yufei was part of the Duanmu family, one of the 8 big families. What kind of danger would she be in? While I was in seclusion to break through to the mystic light realm, the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family and the Sacred Emperor arranged a marriage between Zhao Yufei and the 13th Prince. Duanmu Qing had an enraged expression as he told Zhao Feng everything. The Grand Elder was to blame for all of this. He cared too much about the family and only cared about the benefits at hand. Furthermore, the Sacred Emperor had agreed, and the 13th Prince's mother was also the Sacred Empress. This matter had already spread among the members of the royal family. Marriage? Yufei? Zhao Feng stopped thinking for a moment. His emotions were extremely weird. He couldn't describe it, but it was like he was letting go or feeling empty. Zhao Feng knew how much Zhao Yufei loved him. He had always been avoiding it, whether intentionally or not. He needed to follow his heart and find Lu Qinxin. He couldn't go back on his promise, so he had to avoid Yufei's love. He didn't want to fall in love with another woman. This made him feel like he had betrayed Lu Qinxin. However, he might have already fallen in love with another woman. This made him feel like he had hurt Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng's gods, I wasn't able to see through all of this. His left eye was slightly dazed. Duanmu Qing shook his head and sighed. He knew that Zhao Yufei loved Zhao Feng. On the other hand, if it wasn't for the fiancé incident, Zhao Feng might have been together with Zhao Yufei already. Being the middleman, Duanmu Qing didn't know what to do. From his point of view, he had a reason for all of this. That was how fate was. It was always confusing. Master, the 13th Prince, is arrogant and impulsive. This person isn't suitable for Yufei. Zhao Feng suddenly raised his head with a serious expression. Yufei and I are childhood friends. How can I let her marry such a person? Zhao Feng said again. His tone and expression were abnormally calm. It made others feel like Zhao Feng was very clear-headed at this moment. He commented on the matter with the utmost fairness. Duanmu Qing's mouth opened slightly. He had thought about what Zhao Feng might say, but there was no such answer. Duanmu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Only Zhao Feng could think of such an answer. Ha ha ha, I think so too. How can the 13th Prince be worthy of junior sister Yufei? Duanmu Qing laughed and patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. He knew that this disciple of his had a very low EQ. Since you care about Yufei so much, then come with me to the Duanmu family, Duanmu Qing said seriously. This matter involved the pride of the Duanmu family and the Imperials. It wasn't something that just anyone could say. I'll make some arrangements first. Zhao Feng left. Apart from Duanmu Qing, no one else came or went within 100 miles of Zhao Feng's secret chamber. This was a forbidden ground. However, after leaving this area, Zhao Feng found that the sky was filled with people. The overall appearance of the ocean smoke pavilion had changed a lot, and the number of experts had increased. While Zhao Feng was observing the ocean smoke pavilion, these members were also inspecting Zhao Feng with surprise. Are there golden-haired members in the ocean smoke pavilion? I've never seen one before. His eyes are golden. Is he a non-human? But he's so handsome, a female member said with a dazed expression. At this moment, Bai Qingyue, who was surrounded by a hazy moonlight, quickly rushed over. Bai Qingyue sensed that Zhao Feng had come out of seclusion through the dark heart seal. It's the pavilion master. Greetings, pavilion master. All the members around him bowed in greeting. Bai Qingyue didn't bother with the greetings of the members. She stopped in front of Zhao Feng and was slightly surprised. The changes in Zhao Feng before and after entering seclusion were too big. The purple-haired Zhao Feng gave her a bewitching sense of beauty. The current Zhao Feng made her feel a tinge of warmth and maturity, making him even more charming. "Greetings, Grand Elder," Bai Qingyue said respectfully. The surrounding members paused. Most of them had never seen the Grand Elder before, and a small number of them had only seen him once. However, there was no one who did not know about the Grand Elder. He had saved the Ocean Smoke Pavilion from the claws of 9 Darkness Palace, provided countless resources, and teamed up with the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, making the Ocean Smoke Pavilion stronger than ever. The Grand Elder's master was a sacred lord of the 8 big families. This legendary Grand Elder was only a youth in his teens. However, they had just witnessed the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's pavilion master address the golden-haired youth that they were surrounding as a supreme elder. That youth was the Grand Elder of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. "Oh my God, let's go to the conference pavilion," Zhao Feng said, and continued forward with Bai Qingyue following behind him. Chapter 913. Within the conference hall, Bai Qingyue, Emperor Withered Shadow, and Old Monster Su inspected Zhao Feng. "Cough. I will be leaving the Ocean Smoke Pavilion for a long time." Zhao Feng dryly coughed. Every time the god eye changed color, it was impossible for him to do anything about it. "Master, are you going to the continent?" All 3 of them were experts that had the Dark Heart seal planted in them, and they asked at the same time. They could guess what was going on as well. Their master's master had come all the way here to wait for Zhao Feng to come out of seclusion. "That's right," Zhao Feng said confidently. "The Ocean Smoke Pavilion has Old Monster Su, and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight will become a sacred lord soon. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion won't need to fear any force around the ocean anymore." In reality, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion had Duke Nanfeng protecting it. The 8 big families that Duanmu Qing was from could also threaten them. 9 Darkness Palace's main target was Zhao Feng, so they wouldn't do anything to the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. "Master, don't worry. We will take care of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion." Bai Qingyue was extremely confident. Seeing that Old Monster Su wanted to say something, Zhao Feng said, "Old Monster Su, I will remove my control over you once the 100 years are up. At that time, it will be up to you to decide whether you want to stay or leave." "Thank you, Master." Old Monster Su's heart was filled with complex emotions. There was a desire to be free from Zhao Feng's control. However, with his rationality, he felt that following Zhao Feng was better than staying in the 10,000 sacred clan. Duanmu Qing had been waiting for a long time. "Master, please wait." Zhao Feng floated over. Although his speed wasn't any slower than a sacred lord's, that was only if he used the lightning wings, spatial, flash, continuously. Zhao Feng's normal flying speed wasn't as fast as a sacred lord's, let alone his stamina. Furthermore, the Duanmu family was too far away from the continent. Even if he used teleportation arrays most of the way, it would take at least half a year. Using the lightning wings, flying technique all the time, used up too much energy. If he used the lightning wings, spatial flash as well, the time he would need to rest would probably be longer than flying. "Master, use this." Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and a strangely constructed flying car appeared in front of him. Duanmu Qing was surprised. It was not difficult to see that this flying carriage was a product of the Heaven's legacy race. At the same time, he remembered that Zhao Feng was only a late-stage king, so his speed obviously wouldn't be able to keep up with a mystic light realm sacred lord. However, flying treasures were just too rare, not to mention treasures that could reach the speed of a sacred lord. Duanmu Qing and Zhao Feng boarded the flying flaming chariot. Xiu! The flaming chariot pierced through the sky, leaving behind a trail of dazzling multicolored light as if it was traveling on a rainbow. "Good treasure. Its speed is close to that of a great emperor," Duanmu Qing praised. The 2 of them set off toward the continent zone. The first stop was Haili Province, which was closest to the sea. There were a total of 18 states in the Great Qin dynasty, which were conferred by the 8 major families or the royal family. Each prefecture was further divided into many cities. However, every city on the continent was as large as one of the 3 great spirit zones of the ash-gray sea. Meow. The little thieving cat was unwillingly called out by Zhao Feng. It obviously knew that Zhao Feng wanted it to be the driver of the flying chariot. On the other hand, when Zhao Feng saw the little thieving cat, he suddenly remembered that this was a cat of unknown origin. Information about the little thieving cat was still a top secret within the Heaven's Legacy City, and no one had the right to know it. Zhao Feng instinctively touched the golden ball in the dimension of his left eye and used his new ability. Wang, a faint golden ripple spread from Zhao Feng's eye and merged into the air. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately turned invisible and reappeared above Zhao Feng's head while meowing. Zhao Feng was speechless. The little thieving cat told Zhao Feng not to look at it with its yellow eyes. Looks like the little thieving cat is very scared of the ability of my left eye. Zhao Feng was both surprised and happy. He had finally found something that could counter the little thieving cat. This made Zhao Feng place more importance on this new ability. He needed to study it carefully. Meow meow. The little thieving cat gave Zhao Feng a pitiful look as it obediently drove the flying, flaming chariot. Duanmu Qing smiled faintly as he looked at the weird interaction between Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. I need to test out the ability of my left eye. Zhao Feng entered the misty spatial world and looked at one of the flowers. His consciousness touched the golden ball in the dimension of his left eye. Wang. A faint golden ripple spread from his left eye. In his field of vision, the flower instantly became a dense mass of golden light spots, innumerable. Zoom in. Zoom in. Zhao Feng could clearly see the structure of one of the particles. A tiny particle was like a complex, strange, and majestic building. The misty spatial world's little world had its own laws, and everything within it was man-made. However, Zhao Feng's left eye could see through everything. He found that the structure of the flower's particles was loose, and there were fewer of them. Most importantly, the usage of these elemental particles was extremely messy. As I thought, even mystic light realms, sacred lords, and demigods can't recreate everything in the real world, Zhao Feng understood. The difference between the materials in a little world and those in the real world was like the difference between a flower and a fake mountain. If I create a little world, would I be able to create a more realistic little world with the help of King Tong? I might even be able to create a real dimension. Zhao Feng's heart started to beat, and his blood started to boil. At the same time, his left eye started to beat. Even Zhao Feng felt that this idea was far too crazy, as if it were a fantasy. Creating a world and creating a real dimension was the domain of gods. Right now, he hadn't even formed a little world yet. Putting aside the unrealistic idea, Zhao Feng sunk into the world of particles once more. It seems to have the same principles as the divine light of destruction. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of the unique eye bloodline technique of the Golden Sun family in the Azure Flower continent, the divine light of destruction. The principle of the divine light of destruction was to separate and analyze all kinds of attacks, including eye bloodline techniques, and reduce their power. The divine light of destruction that Zhao Feng had secretly learned contained his understanding of the intent of wind, and its main principle was to separate and slice. From the looks of it, the divine light of destruction separates the structure of a physical attack into large particles to reduce the power of an attack. Zhao Feng, who had a golden eye, instantly analyzed. The power of a complete attack would decrease dramatically if part of the structure of a true Yuan attack was lost. If I merge the new ability of my left eye into the divine light of destruction, will I be able to turn true Yuan attacks into particles? Break down all attacks into particles and destroy their structure? A light flashed through Zhao Feng's mind, and he became excited. Any form of matter, including souls, was made up of billions of particles. Since his left eye could see through the essence of everything, it could easily destroy the structure between particles. If this move was successful, it would be an eye bloodline technique that surpassed the divine light of destruction by several levels. Furthermore, only Zhao Feng could use it. With this thought, Zhao Feng entered the dimension of his left eye and started to simulate it. Luckily, he had secretly learned the intent of the divine light of destruction. Even now, the dimension of Zhao Feng's left eye still contained the information he had stolen from that day. On a certain day, a faint golden beam of light shot out from Zhao Feng's golden eye and landed on the rock in front of him. Crack! The rock instantly shattered into a pile of small stones. It can pierce through matter, and its ability to break down energy far surpasses the divine light of destruction. But it's not strong enough. Zhao Feng shook his head and sighed. His goal was to at least break down the rock into particles. Otherwise, how would he be able to break down true yuan attacks? 1 month later, Zhao Feng walked in front of a large rock and took a deep breath. He circulated the power of his left eye, and an even brighter golden beam of light shot out and pierced through the center of the rock. The part of the rock that was hit by the golden beam of light instantly disappeared, and a large hole appeared. It was as if this rock had always been like this, and there was no sign of it being man-made. Maybe some people with strong divine sense would be able to sense the countless tiny elemental particles floating in the air. It's basically formed. I just need to test it out. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. After all, Zhao Feng had already analyzed the rocks in the misty spatial world thousands of times. Zhao Feng didn't even need to use his left eye to draw out the particle structure of the rocks. However, the particle structure of everything, including true yuan and souls, was completely different. This meant that if Zhao Feng wanted to separate the unknown, the speed and effect would be lower. Zhao Feng! Duanmu Qing woke up Zhao Feng. I've arrived at another teleportation array. Zhao Feng walked out of the misty spatial world. The Great Gan Lord dynasty was extremely big, and no province teleportation arrays had appeared yet. However, it was said that the array masters of the Imperials were already thinking about it. There were only a few teleportation arrays in each province, and they were located in the busiest areas of the most prosperous cities. Not everyone had the right to use the intercity teleportation formation. Zhao Feng looked into the distance. Something's not right, Zhao Feng said. Zhao Feng put away the flaming chariot and walked toward the grand palace with Duanmu Qing. The teleportation array has malfunctioned and is currently being repaired. You can't enter right now. Outside the palace, 2 golden-robed generals with half-step king cultivation base looked at the white-haired, golden-haired man and blocked his path. The master and disciple looked at each other and made a decision. They would rest here for a while. Please wait. At this moment, an elder flew out from the palace. Sacred Lord Duanmu, the teleportation array will be ready soon. You can go in and have a seat. The elder looked at Duanmu Qing with a respectful smile. Duanmu Qing had used the teleportation array here more than half a year ago. The elder had recorded all of this. The expressions of the 2 golden-robed generals changed, and cold sweat appeared on their bodies. They didn't know that this white-haired male was actually a sacred lord. Furthermore, he was from one of the 8 big families, and since it could be repaired soon, they might as well wait. There were also 2 groups of people waiting within the palace. One group had 6 people, 3 elders, 2 youths, and 1 girl. All of them had purple hair, a sacred lord of the Duanmu family. One of them, an old man with white hair and purple hair, looked at Duanmu Qing from afar. His eyes were like deep stars. On the other hand, the beautiful purple-haired girl stared at Zhao Feng. You're Zhao Feng! Wariness flashed through the purple-haired girl's eyes as she exclaimed after a long time. Chapter 9:14. You're Zhao Feng! Wariness flashed through the purple-haired girl's eyes as she exclaimed. All the gazes in the hall immediately focused on Zhao Feng, their faces filled with suspicion. Zhao Feng was the biggest winner of the Divine Illusion Dimension and the leader of the purple-haired demonic duo. There were many mysterious rumors surrounding this youth. Even the older generation felt that those rumors were exaggerated. Everyone knew that Zhao Feng was the leader of the purple-haired demonic duo, but this youth had golden hair and golden eyes. Jilan, is he really Zhao Feng? A short-haired male next to Jilan asked with furrowed eyebrows. After Jilan returned to the Ji family, she had told the elders about Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Therefore, both the younger and older generations of the Ji family wanted to see Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Apart from the descendants of the 8 great god eyes, the eye bloodline of the Ji family stood at the peak of the Lord dynasty. He's Zhao Feng. Jilan was very sure that she had suffered the backlash of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye in the divine illusion dimension and witnessed the powerful abilities of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Zhao Feng's image was deeply engraved in her heart. How could she not recognize him? However, it was all thanks to Zhao Feng that Jilan was defeated in her area of expertise. Jilan's personality changed dramatically after returning to the family, and she started to study the Ji family's eye bloodline techniques, making her purple star eyes even purer. Don't think that you can get rid of your bad reputation just because you dyed your hair, Jilan murmured. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. The other force within the hall was only the city lord of the city, and they weren't on the same level as the 8 big families. At this moment, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Duanmu Qing greets, sacred Lord Star Demon of the Ji family. Duanmu Qing gave a faint smile and bowed. He had heard of what Zhao Feng did in the divine illusion dimension, and Zhao Feng had probably taken a treasure from the Ji family. Sacred Lord Star Demon was an extremely old grand elder of the Ji family, and his eye bloodline had reached the peak of perfection. I heard that the Duanmu family has a new sacred lord. It's you, right? The aged voice of the pale, purple-haired old man echoed in the void. The people from the city, Lord's faction, and the old man guarding the teleportation formation were startled. They felt as if the world had changed, and they were in a daze. This was the first time that the Ji clan's grand elder had spoken. He didn't open his mouth, but his words pierced through one's soul, causing one to hallucinate. Even Zhao Feng was extremely cautious as he looked at sacred Lord Star Demon. The latter's mastery of the soul and eye bloodline techniques wasn't simple. Buzz. When Zhao Feng met sacred Lord Star Demon's faint purple eyes, he felt as if he was in a world of stars. Countless stars were burning with black flames that covered the sky as they smashed down. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with a faint golden light, and everything returned to normal. Very powerful. He didn't even use his eye prowess, but just a single glance was enough to make me fall into an illusion. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. This was the strongest eye bloodline he had ever seen. From the looks of it, this elder's cultivation surpassed normal sacred lords. Sacred Lord Star Demon's expression changed slightly as he looked at Zhao Feng. Duanmu Qing explained humbly, I was lucky. It was all thanks to the disciples of the Duanmu family. I managed to break through in the divine illusion dimension. Although they were both early-stage sacred lords, Sacred Lord Star Demon had lived for at least 40,000 years, and his strength couldn't be measured by cultivation. This is my disciple. Duanmu Qing introduced Zhao Feng as someone from one of the 8 big families, but he didn't say that he was Zhao Feng. Those from the Ji family paused and became even more suspicious of this golden-haired youth's identity. The purple-haired demonic duo seemed to come from outside the Tsang Ocean, so they shouldn't be related to the Duanmu family. Jilan, on the other hand, seemed to have understood something. She remembered that the purple-haired demonic duo didn't steal anything from the Duanmu family in the divine illusion dimension, which made the other forces suspicious. Furthermore, Zhao Feng seemed to have a complicated relationship with Zhao Yufei. "This is my third disciple," Lord Star Demon revealed, a faint smile. His meaning was very obvious. "Sacred Lord Duanmu, I can see that your disciple has an eye bloodline, so he's definitely not simple. This junior is very curious and wants to spar with him." The short-haired male from the Ji family stepped forward, and his eyes flashed with purple-blue light. "Master, let this disciple try." Zhao Feng stepped forward before Duanmu Qing could say anything. Zhao Feng had been studying the disintegration ability of his golden eye within the misty spatial world. He had already disintegrated countless trees and flowers, and he wanted to try it out in real combat. Seeing Zhao Feng accept the challenge, the other two elders of the Ji family laughed coldly in their hearts. Ji Wuye's purple star eyes were unrivaled amongst the younger generation. Apart from the geniuses of the Ji family from the previous generation, no one could surpass Ji Wuye in terms of eye bloodline techniques. Hee, Big Brother Wuye's eye is a mutated purple star eyes. An even younger youth next to Ji Lan said with a smile. In his heart, Ji Wuye was his role model. The purple star eyes specialized in the Tao of illusion and soul attacks, and Ji Wuye's mutated purple star eyes could even add physical attacks to it. Ji Lan's gaze was locked onto Zhao Feng. This mysterious youth had a calm and solemn expression. No one could tell what he was thinking, and he was shrouded in mist. Even she couldn't see through Zhao Feng's cultivation. Ji Lan didn't think that Ji Wuye would be able to gain an advantage against Zhao Feng. "This one is Ji Wuye." The short-haired male couldn't hide the arrogance on his face as he gave his name. "Please," Zhao Feng said. His faint golden hair moved without any wind, and a golden sacred light flowed in his left eye. Ji Wuye's expression became grim. He gave his name because he hoped that Zhao Feng would give his name as well. To Ji Wuye, Zhao Feng's act of not announcing his name was a humiliation. "Okay." Ji Wuye's expression paused for a moment, and a dreamy purple and blue starlight appeared in his eyes as a surge of soul aura spread. "Falling star." An even stronger eye bloodline power shot out from Ji Wuye's eyes like a torrential purple and blue flame. Boom! Boom! In the soul dimension, countless stars burning with purple and blue flames covered the sky and crashed toward Zhao Feng. Their aura was so strong that it could shatter one's mind and make one unable to fight back. At the same time, a chain burning with purple and blue flames wrapped around Zhao Feng's soul. It was as if his soul was going to shatter when the purple and blue flames smashed into him. "Disintegrate." Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as his faint golden hair blew in the wind. A powerful surge of eye intent spread from his left eye. What powerful eye intent! Ji Wuye's expression changed slightly as he stopped underestimating Zhao Feng. This eye intent wasn't any weaker than his. Apart from sacred Lord Star Demon, the eye bloodlines of everyone from the Ji family shook. He's already grown to such a level. Ji Lan was dazed and in disbelief. Wang, a faint golden beam of light, shot out from his left eye and pierced through the purple and blue flames in the sky. A physical attack? Ji Wuye was dazed. It was common knowledge that physical attacks and soul attacks couldn't affect each other. Someone was using a physical attack to block a soul attack? Was this golden-haired youth an idiot? Ji Wuye couldn't help but snicker. From the looks of it, this person wasn't Zhao Feng. Everyone present felt that something was wrong as well. Zhao Feng had clearly released an abnormal surge of eye bloodline power, but his eye bloodline technique had passed through Ji Wuye's attack. "Wait, what's that?" The eyes of the youth from the Ji family bulged as he exclaimed. The flaming stars that were pierced by the faint golden beam of light started to slowly disappear. Ji Wuye's soul attack disappeared just like that without any collision of soul power. Even the damage on the physical level had strangely disappeared. Everyone at the scene held their breaths as they carefully sensed the strange scene before them. How is this possible? My soul intent and I intent have all disappeared as well. Fear flashed through Ji Wuye's eyes. He couldn't believe that there was such a weird eye bloodline technique. Duanmu Qing didn't specialize in the soul, so he also felt that this scene was unbelievable. Sacred Lord Star Demon's faint purple eyes flashed with faint purple light as he looked at the place where their soul attacks collided. SII. A piercing pain came from Zhao Feng's left eye. Ji Hui's soul attack also contained physical damage, so it was extremely difficult to disintegrate it and expended a lot of eye bloodline power. Furthermore, this was the first time that Zhao Feng had used it in battle. As expected, disintegrating flowers and stones wasn't on the same level as disintegrating a soul attack. The particles contained within a soul attack were several thousand times more than the flowers and stones in a little world. A surge of precious and complicated information was instantly stored in the golden ball in the dimension of his left eye. The piercing pain became stronger and stronger, and Zhao Feng had to stop disintegrating and close his left eye. That golden-haired youth has stopped his eye bloodline technique. Only a portion of Ji Wuye's soul attack disappeared. The rest of the flaming stars continued toward Zhao Feng. On the other hand, Zhao Feng stood still with his eyes closed. What does he want to do? Ji Lan's emotions were extremely complicated. This youth was always unfathomable. Boom! 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 In an instant, all the flaming stars landed on Zhao Feng's soul intent. Whoosh! 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 A wave of lightning suddenly spread through Zhao Feng's purple soul. All the soul attacks were destroyed by the power of God Tribulation Lightning, including the chains that bound him. Everything returned to normal within the hall, and Zhao Feng and Jiwei were still standing there. Zhao Feng suddenly opened his golden left eye and looked at Jiwei. Hiss! Ji Wei shuddered. He had a feeling that his entire body, including his spirit, was being controlled by the other party. It was as if there was an eye in his body that was spying on him. Ji Wei admits defeat. Ji Wei bowed and retreated. Although he didn't know why his soul attack had disappeared into thin air, he knew that his soul attack had disappeared into thin air. But in the end, Zhao Feng's soul released tiny lightning bolts, which made him realize that he was no match for this youngster. This golden-haired youth's soul and eye bloodline techniques were unfathomable. Ji Lan smiled helplessly. She couldn't even understand Zhao Feng's eye technique. Sacred Lord Duanmu, you've taken in a good disciple. The stars and Sacred Lord Star Demon's eyes started to fade as he spoke with a faint smile. Little friend, would you be willing to come to the Ji family as a guest if you have the time? The Ji family's eye bloodline collection and secret techniques are one of the best in the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. Sacred Lord Star Demon didn't hide his intention to recruit him. Among the 8 great families, the Ji family was far stronger than the Duanmu family. The elder guarding the teleportation array and the forces of the city, Lord looked at Zhao Feng with envy. Thank you, Sacred Lord Star Demon. This junior will definitely go and learn from you if I have the chance. Zhao Feng's expression returned to normal as he gave a warm smile. Sacred Lord Star Demon is going to the Great Gone Imperials? Duanmu Qing asked. Chapter 9:15. Mystic light realm sacred lords of any force wouldn't casually appear in the outside world, not to mention the supreme elders of the 8 great clans. Furthermore, there were 3 young disciples of the Ji family next to Sacred Lord Star Demon, and they were all extremely talented. I'm bringing the juniors to the palace to broaden their horizons. I wonder why Sacred Lord Duanmu is here? Sacred Lord Star Demon's expression remained the same as he gave a vague reply. The Duanmu clan resided in the northeast, and it was only 1 prefecture away from the imperial capital. As for Duanmu Qing, he appeared at the southern border. Since he came all the way here, It must be something important. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I have no choice but to leave the clan. Duanmu Qing answered vaguely as well. His answer did not displease anyone. However, everyone from the Ji family subconsciously looked at the golden-haired, golden-eyed youth. Zhao Feng was originally the left-eyed heavenly emperor, but he possessed a disciple of the 10,000 sacred clan and was reborn. This place wasn't far from the 10,000 sacred clan. Adding on Ji-Lan's confirmation, the golden-haired youth's mysterious eye bloodline had never appeared in the Duanmu family before. The golden-haired youth's identity was very close to Zhao Feng's. At this moment, Duanmu Qing traveled a long distance to the border to bring Zhao Feng back to the Duanmu clan. The reason was self-evident, the struggle for the crown prince position. With Zhao Feng's performance in the divine illusion dimension, even the top-tier eye bloodline families couldn't see through his mysterious eye bloodline technique. He would definitely be able to obtain another spot for the Duanmu family. Sacred Lord Duanmu, the teleportation array has been repaired. I'll be leaving first. The members of the Ji clan bade farewell to Duanmu Qing. In fact, the cross-city teleportation array had already been repaired. However, no one dared to interrupt the conversation between the two sacred lords of the 8 big families. Supreme Elder, what was that technique that Zhao Feng used just now? Ji Via couldn't help but ask after leaving. At the same time, the other 2 elders and 2 youngsters of the Ji family immediately put on a look of listening attentively. From their point of view, only Sacred Lord Star Demon could tell them the answer. Sacred Lord Star Demon's mastery of the Purple Star Eyes had reached the peak. He kept trying to combine the Purple Star Eyes with other eye bloodline techniques to develop eye bloodline techniques that were suitable for the Purple Star Eyes. He contributed many new and powerful eye bloodline techniques to the Ji family. Therefore, although Sacred Lord Star Demon's cultivation wasn't high, his eye bloodline techniques were extremely terrifying. Disintegrate. Sacred Lord Star Demon only said 2 words. Decompose. The other 5 were confused. Before Zhao Feng used the secret technique, he had also said the same word. Supreme Elder, I know of an eye bloodline technique that can neutralize attacks. It's an eye bloodline technique that reduces the damage of an attack. It's completely different from the eye bloodline technique that Zhao Feng used. Ji Wuye couldn't figure out what these 2 words meant, but he had seen similar eye bloodline techniques before. That Junior's eye bloodline technique is similar to a deciphering eye bloodline technique. Sacred Lord Star Demon thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Breaking through eye bloodline techniques requires finding the key points of the offensive intent and destroying them to reduce their power. You can understand the theory behind that Junior's eye bloodline technique as breaking down the key points of the offensive intent completely. After listening to the Grand Elder's explanation, everyone from the Ji family was dumbfounded. They all knew that deciphering eye bloodline techniques used up a lot of energy and had very little damage. Therefore, only those with special eye bloodlines would often use this technique to increase its effectiveness. However, what the Grand Elder said was to break down all the key points of the offensive intent. Breaking down and breaking down weren't on the same level. It was just like how it was extremely easy to break a wall, but it was very troublesome to keep the bricks that made up the wall intact. One had to reach such a level. How strong would one's soul and eye bloodline power be? It was no wonder Zhao Feng had stopped halfway through. That's just my conservative thinking. Sacred Lord Star Demon's eyes seemed to fall into deep thought as he spoke slowly. Everyone instantly became silent. They were experts in eye bloodline techniques, so they obviously knew that the Grand Elder was speaking the truth. After sending off the members of the Ji family, Duanmu Qing and Zhao Feng also stepped into the teleportation array. Only after the 2 sacred lords left did everyone in the hall let out a breath. Who is that golden-haired youth? How did he make a genius of the Ji clan admit defeat in one move? A youth from the city, Lord's forces, was stunned. After teleporting to a nearby city, the master and disciple sat on the flaming chariot and charged into the sky once more. Zhao Feng, is this the ability of your god's eye? Duanmu Qing revealed a surprised expression. He couldn't tell what the theory behind Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was. The mutation of my left, I only increased my vision and analytical abilities. The eye bloodline technique just now was a new eye bloodline technique that I created by combining my other eye bloodline techniques with my supportive abilities. Zhao Feng immediately explained. He told the truth about the god's spiritual eye's new ability and the origin of this eye bloodline technique. Looks like we misunderstood it. Duanmu Qing tried to look at it from a different perspective. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Zhao Feng had only made a portion of the soul attack disappear, and it expended a lot of energy. It didn't seem like it had any offensive abilities. However, they didn't understand the theory behind it, which was why it was so mysterious. After all, humans were fearful of the unknown. The master and disciple chatted for a bit before Zhao Feng entered the misty spatial world once more. This actual combat had given him a lot of insights. Disintegrating Ji Wuye's soul attack was on a completely different level compared to disintegrating flowers and stones. His soul attack also contained physical damage. Zhao Feng's left, I instantly received a large amount of unknown information, which was why he felt a piercing pain and had to stop. In other words, once Zhao Feng digested the information, he would be able to easily disintegrate Ji Wuye's next attack. Zhao Feng also suppressed his soul intent to the same level as Ji Wuye and started experimenting. Sacred Lord Star Demon could definitely tell this. However, Sacred Lord Star Demon was only interested in Zhao Feng's eye bloodline from the start. Zhao Feng didn't mind this. Even the thieving cat was scared of the god's eye's new ability. From this, one could see that it wasn't simple. Every time I disintegrate it, the information I obtain will be stored in the golden ball, and I can look at it whenever I want. It won't be like before, where I had to use my left eye to copy and absorb it. Zhao Feng was very satisfied with this. The structure of every particle has something in common, and each particle has its own element. As he disintegrated more and more particles, Zhao Feng would be able to comprehend something after a long time of observation. Zhao Feng guessed that if he could completely understand this information, his efficiency at disintegrating anything in the future would increase dramatically. Every particle has its own element, and it doesn't just consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zhao Feng was attracted by this world, and he started to immerse himself in the misty spatial world. More than a dozen days passed. Zhao Feng had a basic understanding of the structure of particles. A sacred lord's physical body, soul, and mystic light sacred power are highly fused together. Their defense and recovery abilities are extremely strong. If I can separate these three powers, Zhao Feng thought to himself, if he could separate the mystic light, sacred power from the physical body, soul, and soul of a sacred lord, the advantage of a sacred lord would decrease by a lot. This was just Zhao Feng's idea. He didn't dare to test it out, so he wasn't sure. Furthermore, Zhao Feng didn't have the ability to disintegrate a large area right now. If the area of disintegration increased, the pressure and burden he had to bear would increase. However, what was certain was that Zhao Feng's disintegration ability could ignore the defense of a sacred lord and directly disintegrate the sacred body. Since a sacred lord hadn't cultivated the knowledge of particles before, he couldn't repair them. He could only rely on the recovery abilities of his sacred body. This meant that this was another trump card that could threaten a sacred lord. The more I look into it, the more I feel that the Golden God's eye's ability is different. It seems like I can continue to dig deeper. Zhao Feng sunk into the microscopic world hungrily. Right now, understanding was the most important thing. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Zhao Feng didn't cultivate anything else. Using the golden eye used too much soul intent and eye bloodline power. If Zhao Feng wanted to learn the secrets, he needed to focus even more. Therefore, he didn't circulate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to distract himself. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's cultivation, the golden Kuan sacred lightning body, and the 5 elemental wind lightning technique had just broken through not long ago. So he needed time to consolidate his foundation. Zhao Feng, the Duanmu family, is almost there. Duanmu Qing's voice sounded. Zhao Feng walked out of the misty spatial world and looked at the beautiful buildings in front of him. There was a clear stream and birds chirped. It was like a paradise. The Duanmu family was located in the center of the basin, and it was surrounded by short mountains. The only way out was through a stream that was dozens of yards wide. Elder Qing, who is this brat? 5 elders of the Duanmu family floated above the stream at the entrance of the Duanmu family. They had been waiting for a long time. This is my disciple, Duanmu Qing replied, and the aura of a sacred lord spread. A horrifying aura pressed down on the surrounding space. Duanmu Qing looked down at the 5 martial emperors like a deity. He exuded might without being angry. The 5 elders were all emperors, but they acted as if they were questioning Duanmu Qing, who was a sacred lord. There was obviously a sacred lord-level grand elder behind the scenes. Elder Qing, calm down. We're not here to make things difficult for you. An elder in green robes, who was slightly weaker, immediately gave in under Duanmu Qing's sacred lord-level aura and acted like he was wronged. Elder Qing, Zhao Feng is one of the purple-haired demonic duo and has a bad reputation. It's not suitable for him to join the Duanmu family. Zhao Feng has offended too many forces in the divine illusion dimension. Now that the Duanmu family is on the rise, we can't ruin their reputation. Duanmu Qing's expression changed slightly as the elders tried to persuade him. After all, Duanmu Qing was a member of the Duanmu family, and he also hoped that the Duanmu family could regain its former glory. However, he knew what kind of person his disciple was. Stealing resources and treasures in the divine illusion dimension was normal. Had the 3-star superpowers never bullied 2-star forces before? The strong were respected and the weak were eliminated. However, those experts who thought that they were infallible lost to the weak, and they felt like they had lost face. That was why they used a bad reputation to regain their face. Elders, this isn't the real reason, right? Duanmu Qing's expression slowly returned to normal as he spoke calmly. The elders instantly stopped and lowered their heads, not trying to persuade him anymore. This indeed wasn't the real reason. Suddenly, a dazzling green light shot out from the Duanmu clan. It shrouded the surroundings with boundless might as it headed straight for Duanmu Qing. This is the real reason. The ancient and sonorous voice was like a sound wave, and its power was monstrous. Chapter 9:16. A bright green light lit up heaven and earth, and a limitless, magnificent power shot toward Duanmu Qing. This is the true reason. The ancient and sonorous voice was like a sound wave, and its power was monstrous. Duanmu Qing had a grim expression. He didn't expect the Grand Elder to appear. Zhao Feng also felt that something was wrong. Although he was Duanmu Qing's disciple, he didn't even have the right to enter the Duanmu family. A square-faced elder wearing white robes instantly arrived in front of Duanmu Qing. The magnificent power of the 2 sacred lords clashed, and the wind and clouds started to move. Space started to twist, and an invisible clash formed a forbidden zone. The 5 emperors immediately retreated. The square-faced elder's cold eyes paused for a moment as he looked at the golden-haired Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's golden hair and golden eyes made him feel weird. Normally, eye bloodlines would only change the shape or color of the eye if something happened. Furthermore, Zhao Feng didn't move at all as the auras of the 2 sacred lords clashed. It was incredible that he was able to block the pressure of a sacred lord so easily despite being a king. Duanmu Qing, don't you know what Zhao Feng did in the divine illusion dimension? How can someone like that become a disciple of the Duanmu family? The square-faced elder looked coldly at Zhao Feng and continued. Furthermore, this junior's partner is also a monster that obtained the power of the evil god and slaughtered the elites of 9 Darkness Palace in the divine illusion dimension. He's still being chased by 9 Darkness Palace. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. Nan Gongsheng was in the continent zone. Furthermore, the danger he faced seemed to be even greater than his own. Thinking about it, it might be because the divine illusion dimension connected to the Tsang Ocean slowly, and Nan Gongsheng had no choice but to enter the continent zone to avoid the black destruction, serpent dragon slaughter. At the same time, Zhao Feng was evaluating Nan Gongsheng's current state. He had been chased around the continent zone for 2 years, but he still hadn't died. From this, one could see that Nan Gongsheng's strength had increased rapidly. However, he didn't know how much his personality had changed. Nan Gongsheng. Duanmu Qing's heart became heavy. Nan Gongsheng was the head disciple of the mystic true sacred clan, a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Because he had obtained the inheritance of the evil god, he was being pursued by the forces of the demonic Tao led by 9 Nether Palace in the continent zone. Nan Gongsheng's personality had been affected by the heretical god force, and he had undergone a great change. He had become bloodthirsty and cruel. Many forces were killed by Nan Gongsheng instead. Duanmu Qing couldn't save Nan Gongsheng, and the Duanmu family couldn't protect the evil god's inheritance. Also, Zhao Feng specializes in illusions and eye bloodline techniques. In the divine illusion dimension, he attacked Zhao Yufei secretly. Now he still dares to come to the Duanmu family. The square-faced elder continued, his tone cold and murderous. Grand Elder, that's not the case. Duanmu Qing immediately retorted. Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng had a deep relationship even before they joined the mystic true sacred sect. It wasn't like what the Supreme Elder had said. If it weren't for the fact that you're his master, I would have killed that brat right now. The square-faced elder stopped Duanmu Qing's words and stared at Zhao Feng angrily. His aura was about to explode. Duanmu Qing, you're a member of the Duanmu family, but you're against the marriage between Zhao Yufei and the Imperials, and you're even encouraging your disciple. Zhao Yufei is your junior martial sister. The square-faced elder didn't give Duanmu Qing a chance to speak. Duanmu Qing was a righteous person who cared about the future of the family. The square-faced elder's words made Duanmu Qing speechless from the perspective of logic, morality, and family. Duanmu Qing, tell your disciple to leave. Don't bother Zhao Yufei anymore. The square-faced elder continued and acted as if he was going to give in. Zhao Feng heard what the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family said. A mystic light realm sacred lord was willing to sacrifice a disciple for the future of the family, but he was still acting righteous. Zhao Feng felt that he was very lucky that he didn't follow his master to the Duanmu family. A family like that wasn't worth it. Whoosh! Right as the square-faced elder and Duanmu Qing were in a stalemate, another 3 figures flew over from the Duanmu family. From their clothes, they weren't from the Duanmu family. Grand Elder, sorry to disturb you, but this matter is related to us as well. The leader was a middle-aged male wearing black and gold robes, and he explained from afar. 2 elders followed behind the male. All 3 of them were peak-tier kings. The moment the 3 arrived, they looked at Zhao Feng with obvious enmity. You're Zhao Feng? I'm from the Grand Duke Palace of the Fenglai province. The golden-robed male questioned. The Fenglai province was the province next to the Duanmu family. The Grand Duke Palace was the highest authority in a province. Duanmu Qing's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Imperials to be here as well. The ruler of the Fenglai province was the eldest brother of the current sacred emperor, and the uncle of the 13th prince. The two behind him should be the 13th prince's subordinates. "I'm Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he looked at them. "That's good. We don't have to go find you." The middle-aged male in the robes had an arrogant tone and a disdainful expression as he continued. "You used an eye bloodline technique to confuse Zhao Yufei in the divine illusion dimension. The 13th prince doesn't care about that. But now that the 13th prince and Zhao Yufei have an engagement, you'll have to bear the consequences if you continue to cause trouble." The black and golden-robed male's tone became colder, and he paused when he said the last 4 words. "Does Zhao Yufei agree to the engagement?" Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he asked. The 3 men grimaced, their eyes flashing with killing intent as they stared at Zhao Feng. If Zhao Yufei had agreed, they wouldn't have had to come here and pester her. On the other hand, the upper echelon of the Duanmu family also showed a compromising attitude in front of Zhao Yufei, and they said that they were discussing with the sacred emperor to cancel the engagement. This was to calm Zhao Yufei down. However, that was not the case. The Duanmu family's upper echelon and the royal family's faction were obviously targeting Zhao Feng. "You don't have to worry about that." The words of the man from the Duke's public house were tough, and his face was filled with disdain. From his point of view, a mere void god realm king was a disciple of a 2-star sect. How could he fight against the royal family and the Duanmu family? How could he lay his hands on a goddess with the spirit race's bloodline? Dream on. Zhao Yufei and I come from the same clan, and we've been childhood sweethearts since we were young. We've cultivated together until now, and now that we've come to the continent zone, as her elder brother, why can't I interfere? Zhao Feng had an indignant look on his face as he told the truth that no one else knew. What? The hearts of the crowd shuddered. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei are from the same family? Even Duanmu Qing did not know about this. Although both of them had the surname Zhao, there were many people in the world with the surname Zhao. Outsiders all thought that it was a coincidence. No one would have thought that Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei really did come from the same family. From this, it could be said that Zhao Feng was Zhao Yufei's elder brother. An old man behind the black golden-robed man revealed a sinister smile and slowly said, "Nonsense. You think you are Zhao Yufei's elder brother just because of your words? There are too many people with the surname Zhao. If everyone said the same thing, then they would all be Zhao Yufei's elder brother." Hearing the elder's words, the black and golden-robed male revealed a joyful expression and cheered in his heart. "You don't dare to let Zhao Yufei come out?" Zhao Feng snickered coldly. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with the marriage. Otherwise, it would be so difficult for him to even see Zhao Yufei. "Zhao Yufei is in seclusion right now. Do you think you can see her whenever you want?" The male in robes roared angrily and impatiently. "Brat, why aren't you leaving?" The square-faced elder from the Duanmu family roared, and the aura of a sacred lord swept over like a tsunami. Zhao Feng was caught off guard and took half a step back, and the true yuan and blood within his body started to boil. The other 3 revealed smug and cold smiles. Under the pressure of the Imperials, the upper echelon of the Grand Duke's palace, and the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Qing felt that something was wrong. If Zhao Feng continued to stay here, the situation would become even worse. "Zhao Feng, leave this place first. If there's a chance, I'll arrange for you to meet Junior Marshal Sister Yufei," Duanmu Qing messaged. Zhao Feng's eyes were cold as he looked at the square-faced elder and the other 3 with a weird light. The souls of the 3 Imperials shook under Zhao Feng's cold, golden eye. It was as if all the secrets in their hearts had been seen through, and a sense of fear made cold sweat appear on their foreheads. "Master, this disciple will be leaving." Zhao Feng cupped his fists and left. If he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to see Yufei. Being a member of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Qing couldn't help Zhao Feng. The other 3 Imperials were all cunning and couldn't be killed. If they did, it would only make Zhao Feng more infamous and give them an excuse to attack. But where should Zhao Feng go? He took out the detailed map that he had bought on the way. This is the Cloud Province where the Duanmu family is located. I'm currently in the vicinity of Long Rainbow City. If that's the case, I'll go there and take a look. His 5 elemental wind lightning technique had reached the 8th level, the fire of wind lightning. However, Zhao Feng didn't have any fire elemental resources on hand, so he needed to buy some. Within the inner hall of the Duanmu family, Grand Elder, leave this matter to us. The male in black and gold revealed a wicked smile. 9 Darkness Palace doesn't know about Zhao Feng yet, but will send the news over, an elder from the Imperials said. Why don't we just take action? Another elder from the Imperials had an impatient personality. Humph. Zhao Feng still has a god-slaying arrow. Furthermore, a sacred lord from 9 Darkness Palace died in Zhao Feng's hands. 9 Darkness Palace won't let this go. The male in black and gold had a cunning expression. That's right. Let the people from 9 Darkness Palace go first. No one expected Zhao Feng to be able to use a substandard god weapon and instantly kill a sacred lord with the cultivation of a king. There's only one god-slaying arrow left. Zhao Feng won't be able to escape. The other 4 upper echelon members of the Duanmu family didn't want to do this, but they had to do it for the sake of the family. Grand Elder, don't worry. As long as Zhao Feng dies, the marriage will be much easier, now that the 13th prince is so favored if he becomes the crown prince and the sacred emperor. The male in black and gold had an excited expression, as if he was saying, "You know what I mean." The expressions of the upper echelon members of the Duanmu family instantly became determined. If everything developed as the male in black and gold said, the Duanmu family would be able to rise rapidly in just a few years and return to its peak. They might even become one of the top 8 big families. Chapter 9:17. The 13th prince was young and had average talent, but he came from a noble background and was loved by the sacred emperor. His mother was also from the imperial family. Therefore, the force behind the 13th prince was extremely strong. Because of Zhao Yufei's engagement, the Duanmu family was pulled into the 13th prince's faction. Apparently, the sacred empress was still preparing in secret. In front of the overall situation, the 13th prince would be able to fight back even against the 4th prince, who was the strongest. Therefore, the 13th prince had a high chance of becoming the crown prince. Even if he lost, the 13th prince's status in the Imperials would be extremely high, and the Duanmu family would be able to rise again. The 4 upper echelon members of the Duanmu family thought for a while and nodded their heads. There was less than a year and a half left until the battle to become crown prince. All the intelligence agencies were gathering information on the princes and analyzing their chances of winning. All the forces in the Lord dynasty had to choose a side. Zhao Feng, who was strolling around the market, bought a piece of intelligence. Estimate of the prince's strength. A total of 10 princes were participating in the battle to become crown prince. Among them, the 4th prince was meticulous, strong, and well-prepared, so he was ranked first. The 13th prince had a large force behind him, so he was ranked second. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Just the size of his force alone was enough to rank second. From this, one could see how strong the force behind him was. The 9th prince was extremely talented and had a good character. However, due to his weak background, he was ranked 6th. The 8th prince was calm and talented, so he was ranked 7th. The above information is only an estimate, so please continue to pay attention. The 9th prince's background is the weakest among the 10 princes, but he's ranked 6th. Zhao Feng felt certain about the 9th prince. Of the 3 princes that Zhao Feng had interacted with so far, the 9th prince had given Zhao Feng the best impression. Zhao Feng stopped walking and looked at the elegant building in front of him. St. Herb Pavilion. It was the largest herb trading center in Long Rainbow City, and the most famous in the Cloud Province. With Zhao Feng's wealth, he obviously wanted to buy the best herbs. Welcome. May I ask what herbs you need? I can introduce them to you. Immediately, an elegant woman in a green silk gown came forward and guided the customers to make their purchases. I need precious herbs of the fire attribute. Zhao Feng said directly, All right, please follow me. All the precious herbs are on the 5th floor. The elegant woman's face lit up. Just by looking at his appearance, she could tell that this guest was not ordinary. Sure enough, the first thing he asked for was precious medicinal ingredients. The Celestial Herb Pavilion had a total of 9 floors. Each floor was extremely spacious, and the medicinal ingredients were plentiful and complete. Zhao Feng could tell with a single glance. The first floor of the Celestial Herb Pavilion was filled with people, and most of them were herbs that true human ranks needed. On the 5th floor, there were only a few hundred supremacies who were earnestly choosing medicinal ingredients. Zhao Feng's expression remained the same. He ignored it and continued to ascend. Sir? The elegant lady was stunned. This guest didn't even look at the herbs on the 5th floor. I want the best herbs. Zhao Feng's voice echoed in the woman's soul. The elegant woman's body trembled as she hurriedly followed behind Zhao Feng. Guest, please follow me to the 8th floor. The higher the floor, even if there was an array to seal the aura, Zhao Feng could still smell the rare herbs. Only 5 emperors were choosing herbs on the 8th floor. Brother Zhao, why are you here? A handsome, golden-robed youth looked at Zhao Feng's golden hair. He hesitated for a moment before immediately coming over with joy. A black-robed elder followed behind the golden-robed youth. He looked at the golden-haired and golden-eyed Zhao Feng with a deep gaze. Seeing that the 9th young master knew this golden-haired youth, the elegant lady immediately backed off and went down the stairs. The pavilion master had told them not to ask about anything related to the 9th young master. Zhao Feng didn't expect to see the 9th prince here. Did the 9th prince need to come out personally to choose herbs? Did he need Olding to accompany him? Zhao Feng could guess what was going on and raised his head to look at the 9th floor. I have some matters to attend to, so I came over. Zhao Feng didn't want to talk about the Duanmu family. I wonder if Brother Zhao has thought it through? When the 9th prince saw Zhao Feng, he thought that Zhao Feng had agreed to his request and came to the inner region to look for him. After hearing Zhao Feng's reply, the 9th prince knew that he was overthinking. However, he still didn't give up on Zhao Feng. As long as Zhao Feng wasn't recruited by the other princes, the 9th prince still had a chance. I'm not sure. I'll think about it for a while longer. Zhao Feng was here for the engagement and didn't have the time to care about anything else. The 9th prince's expression froze for a moment and dimmed slightly. Then he smiled and said, Indeed, this is Brother Zhao's style. You are very similar to that person up there. Why don't Brother 9th introduce me to that person up there? Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. The herbs on the 8th floor were indeed rare, but there weren't many fire elemental herbs. If one wanted more precious herbs, one might as well ask the pavilion master. Furthermore, this pavilion master was extraordinary. Otherwise, the 9th prince wouldn't have tried to recruit him. Furthermore, the 9th prince seemed to have suffered setbacks. Sure, let's go. The 9th prince's expression froze for a moment before he immediately agreed. He was just worried that he wouldn't be able to find an excuse to get kicked down again. When Zhao Feng stepped onto the 9th floor, he knew that he had come to the right place. Fire elemental particles floated in the air. 9th young master, you really don't need to come anymore. I won't agree. An impatient female's voice sounded when they arrived on the 9th floor. An elder in black stood at the entrance. He had the cultivation of an emperor, and he only nodded his head slightly when he saw the 9th prince. This time, elder sister Su its brother Zhao. He wants to meet you and buy some rare herbs. The 9th prince quickly explained. Zhao Feng glanced over and saw a female in white. Her face was as clear as jade, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She bent down and stared at the purple beehive in the purple wooden box. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the pavilion master of the Saint Herb Pavilion to be such a young beauty. Not interested. They can be found downstairs. Zhou Su'er stared at the purple beehive with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She didn't even look at the ninth prince. The ninth prince looked at Zhao Feng, indicating that there was nothing he could do about the pavilion master's personality. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. This girl didn't even put the ninth prince in her eyes. From this, one could see that the force behind her wasn't simple. Pavilion master, I've just arrived on the 9th floor, and I'm already interested in the herb in front of you. Zhao Feng was even more certain after glancing at the beehive in the purple wooden box. Zhou Su'er frowned her eyebrows. She stood up and looked at Zhao Feng as she said impatiently, "You're interested in this herb? Do you know what it is?" Zhou Su'er was speechless. From her point of view, this person was someone the ninth prince had randomly arranged to talk to her. Sky Rainbow Fire Beehive. Zhao Feng quickly said. His left eye had a photographic memory, and it was easy for him to memorize things. Zhou Su'er was slightly surprised. The ninth prince had randomly arranged someone to answer her question correctly. The ninth prince and old Ying paused for a moment. They didn't know the name of the beehive, but Zhao Feng had answered correctly. Could it be that Zhao Feng had a deep understanding of herbs? And you guessed correctly, but I'm not done with this Sky Rainbow Fire Beehive yet. I'm not selling it. Zhou Su'er inspected the youth in front of her before decisively rejecting him. Then quickly get rid of the poison and sell it to me. Zhao Feng bluntly said. Zhou Su'er almost tripped over her feet. She turned around and stared at Zhao Feng as she cursed in her heart. This brat is doing this on purpose, right? If I could get rid of the poison, I would have done it already. Sell it to me, and I'll get rid of the poison myself. Zhao Feng added when he felt the anger in Zhou Su'er's eyes. What, you? Zhou Su'er exclaimed, but she immediately stopped herself. She had obtained this Sky Rainbow Fire Beehive for a month, and she still hadn't found a way to get rid of the poison. Now a random youth had casually said that he could get rid of the poison. If you take it back and poison it to death, the St. Herb Pavilion's reputation will be tarnished. Zhou Su'er pouted as she inspected Zhao Feng. How about this? I'll show you how to get rid of the poison. If I succeed, then sell it to me. Zhao Feng gave a warm smile. Sure, if you can get rid of the poison in this Sky Rainbow Fire Beehive, I'll give it to you. Also, if you want any other herbs, I'll personally take you to pick them. Zhou Su'er didn't believe that this youth who was only in his teens could really get rid of the poison. Of course, if Zhao Feng really could, she could secretly learn it and give it to Zhao Feng. The ninth prince was overjoyed. If Zhao Feng could really get rid of the poison, then he would have something to talk to Zhou Su'er about. Zhao Feng looked at the purple beehive and circulated his magnificent power, causing the beehive to float in the air. A layer of golden light suddenly glittered from his left eye, and a surge of soul intent surged out of his god-tribulation lightning soul body and entered his left eye. The souls of the 3 spectators and the elder at the entrance trembled as they looked at the golden-haired youth in panic. What powerful soul intent! The heart of the elder at the entrance shook. Who is this youth? Zhou Su'er's expression became solemn. This youth wasn't simple. Only Old Ying and the ninth prince knew that Zhao Feng had suppressed his soul intent. Wang, as he circulated his eye intent, a mysterious faint golden light merged into his left eye from the golden ball of light. Whoosh! A mysterious golden beam of light shot out and brushed past the surface of the purple beehive before passing through it. Zhao Feng soon grasped the situation of the poison and the beehive. The poison particles flowed through the cracks of the beehive and almost became one with it. However, from Zhao Feng's point of view, the poison particles were of the element of darkness, while the beehive particles were of the element of fire and wood. The difference between the two was extremely obvious. From the looks of it, the poison hadn't corroded the beehive too much, and the two particles hadn't fused yet. Disintegrate. The faint golden beam of light suddenly lit up with a golden light. The part of the purple beehive that was pierced by the faint golden beam of light instantly turned red. Zhou Su Er, and everyone else's jaws dropped as they looked at Zhao Feng's miraculous golden eye in disbelief. It's this simple? It couldn't have just been dyed red. At this moment, Zhao Feng had already stopped disintegrating. Partial disintegration was a new method that Zhao Feng had found in the misty spatial world. This method of disintegration was suitable for disintegrating matter or souls that had completely different elements. It used up a lot of energy from his left eye, and he needed to control it very carefully. Even though Zhao Feng had mastered the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, he didn't dare to be careless. If he was in battle, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to do partial disintegration. You really got rid of the poison? How did you do it? Zhou Su couldn't remain calm anymore. She didn't know how to learn it. Chapter 918. You really got rid of the poison? How did you do it? Zhou Su couldn't remain calm anymore. She couldn't understand it at all. How was she supposed to learn it? Even Old Ing, who was very knowledgeable, was stunned and started to think. He thought that Zhao Feng might use some unknown technique to get rid of the poison, but he didn't expect it to be an eye bloodline technique. 80% of eye bloodline techniques were related to the soul and couldn't affect the physical world. On top of that, he couldn't understand the eye bloodline technique that Zhao Feng just used. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his left arm and put the sky rainbow fire beehive into the misty spatial world. Take me to pick some other herbs. Zhao Feng ignored Zhou Su Er's question and revealed a playful smile. Sure, you can pick any 10 herbs that are as valuable as the sky rainbow fire beehive. I won't charge you anything, but you must tell me how to get rid of the poison. Zhou Su Er's eyebrows furrowed as she stomped her foot in anger. She then boasted that she wanted to trade for Zhao Feng's poison removal method. One had to know that the sky rainbow fire beehive was as valuable as a green water sky lotus. In the outside world, it was an extremely rare resource. Even peak emperors of major forces wouldn't be able to reject such a temptation. I have a lot of primal crystal stones. Zhao Feng immediately explained. Fine, you have primal crystal stones. You're so stubborn. Zhou Su stomped her foot in anger and squeezed out a smile. This youth was too stubborn. The 9th prince laughed. He didn't tell Zhou Su who Zhao Feng was. With what Zhao Feng had obtained in the divine illusion dimension, he wouldn't care about the value of these herbs. Seeing Zhou Su who had been rejecting him all this time, get frustrated because of Zhao Feng's injuries, the 9th prince felt great and couldn't help but laugh. I need the best fire elemental resources here, Zhao Feng said. If it was any other time, Zhou Su would be happy if a guest said this. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with bitterness as she stared at Zhao Feng. There was only one sentence in her mind. So stubborn. Therefore, Zhou Su took out some fire elemental treasures from her treasure vault for Zhao Feng to choose from. The ability of King Tong allowed Zhao Feng to directly see the number of fire particles contained in each medicinal material. Zhao Feng used this to determine the value of some unknown herbs to him. Sister Su, please reconsider. There are many rare treasures in the imperial tombs, and there are even treasures left behind from the immemorial era. At this moment, the 9th prince stepped forward and tried to persuade Su Qin again. I've made up my mind. I don't want to go. Zhou Su stared at Zhao Feng, who was still choosing the herbs, and ignored the 9th prince. I know you hate father, but... The 9th prince sighed in his heart. Shut up, don't mention him. Zhou Su interrupted the 9th prince, and her eyes turned cold. Zhao Feng, who was in the middle of choosing herbs, was shocked. He had already guessed this woman's identity. On top of that, the ninth prince probably wanted to recruit Zhou Su, because of her healing abilities. Zhao Feng originally wanted to buy herbs and help the ninth prince get close to the person he wanted to recruit. However, the ninth prince's words touched Zhou Su's bottom line and stopped the negotiation. The Sacred Emperor's favorite 13th prince has a high chance of becoming the crown prince. If you hate the Sacred Emperor, then you should help the ninth prince become the crown prince. Isn't that good? Zhao Feng smiled warmly and said casually as a bystander after choosing the herbs. Zhou Su's heart seemed to be moved, and she suddenly looked at Zhao Feng. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. She turned her head and looked into the distance with her watery eyes. The hearts of the 13th prince and Olding shook. Zhao Feng's words were very precise. Furthermore, these words would only be convincing if someone else said it. The ninth prince gave Zhao Feng a grateful look before looking at Zhou Su and waiting for her reaction. Zhao Feng put down an interspatial ring and left after picking the herbs. Zhao Feng strolled around for a while after leaving the Saint Herb Pavilion before leaving the market. There were many small mountains and a quiet forest. This was a place where there weren't many people. You guys are really patient. Zhao Feng stopped and turned around. His left eye locked onto a direction several thousand miles away and sent out a soul message. Go. 4 gray figures suddenly charged out from the dark forest and surrounded Zhao Feng. Aura of the demonic Tao. 9 Darkness Palace? Zhao Feng indifferently said as he looked at one of the elders with a gloomy expression. The elder's expression didn't change as he messaged the other 3. They had been following Zhao Feng for a long time, and they became cautious when they saw that Zhao Feng had entered the Saint Herb Pavilion and talked to the 9th prince on the 8th floor. This period of time was extremely sensitive, especially when it came to the princes participating in the battle to become crown prince. If Zhao Feng was recruited by the 9th prince, they would assassinate him, and the Imperials would definitely investigate this matter. If that was the case, then the Imperial family would definitely investigate this matter. This was a serious act of interfering with the battle for the position of crown prince, and there were many implications behind it. Even the 9 Nether Palace would be troubled by this. A black metallic token suddenly appeared in the elder's hand, and a soul undulation came from it as information entered the elder's soul. The grim elder looked at the other 3 black figures and faintly nodded his head. The 4 demonic Tao emperors instantly released their little worlds and merged them together. An invisible power of laws spread through the air. Zhao Feng felt as if he had entered a world of darkness. Currents of darkness roared in the darkness, shaking one's soul. The laws of a little world restricted him, and the disturbance of space was unstable. In this situation, he couldn't use the misty spatial world. 9 Darkness Palace still hasn't learned their lesson from the death of a sacred lord last time. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he smiled and spoke. Brat, if you didn't have a substandard god weapon, would you have been able to kill a 9 Darkness demonic lord? The elder covered in black couldn't help but snicker. Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the Void God Realm. No matter how talented he was and how many methods he had, 3 unrivaled emperors and 1 peak emperor were enough. Furthermore, they already had a plan for this trip. The 4 surrounded Zhao Feng and used long-range attacks to exhaust him. Once Zhao Feng used the substandard god-slaying arrow, they would quickly scatter, and only one of them would die in the end. It would all depend on their luck now. The 4 emperors suddenly attacked, and the power of their attacks increased within their little worlds. Zhao Feng was heavily suppressed. Sacred lightning dominating body. Golden lightning flashed around Zhao Feng's body, and he suddenly became taller. He was like a golden blue giant, and his powerful physical force caused the little worlds of the 4 emperors to twist and become unstable. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 4 emperors landed on Zhao Feng's golden blue body and created sparks of lightning before disappearing. What? This brat's body is already this strong? The elder, with a grim expression, was shocked. According to the reports, Zhao Feng's defense was shocking, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. He was able to take the attacks of the four emperors head-on. This meant that it would be difficult to force out the god-slaying arrow from Zhao Feng's hand. Use your full power. The voice of the old lady sounded from the other pillar of black, demonic flames as she unleashed a weird black and white flame from her palms. This brat can't be allowed to live. A black bone staff appeared in the elder with a grim expression. On the staff was a black demonic pearl that gave off a chilling aura. Demonic sky charge. The elder, with a grim expression, waved the bone staff, and a ball of black demonic light shot out from the black demonic pearl along with a dark soul ripple. Boom! 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 The four emperors circulated their power of the demonic Tao and used their full power. The entire world of darkness was filled with demonic aura, and ghostly cries could be heard. Ha ha ha, come! Sacred lightning protection. Wang, an ancient barrier of lightning, suddenly formed around Zhao Feng's body. Golden lightning flashed, and the sound of wind and lightning boomed. All the attacks were blocked by the sacred lightning protection. At this instant, lightning flashed and lightning flashed. Boom! The ancient barrier of lightning on the surface of Zhao Feng's body released a dazzling arc of lightning that instantly shattered all the attacks. The soul attacks that seeped in were instantly destroyed by the power of God Tribulation lightning when they came into contact with Zhao Feng's God Tribulation lightning soul body. Zhao Feng noticed this. He suddenly thought about whether he could use the sacred lightning protection to create a soul defense technique. However, he put that thought aside for now. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body hadn't fought anyone head-on ever since it reached the peak 5th level. It just so happened that someone had come to help Zhao Feng refine his sacred lightning body and awaken the physical power that had accumulated in his body for half a year. All of a sudden, the power of the small worlds in the surroundings dissipated. The four demonic Tao emperors had already used secret techniques to escape. Not good. I've exposed too much of my strength. They're running away. Zhao Feng was slightly awkward, but he then laughed coldly. Do you think you can escape? Boom! This sentence sounded in the souls of the four emperors at the same time, and it made their souls tremble. Cold sweat covered their bodies as they used their concealment techniques to increase their speed. Wang, a powerful soul undulation started to form in Zhao Feng's left eye, and his golden eye shot out countless rays of golden light. A faint, golden, transparent eye of heaven appeared above the elder with a grim expression, and a golden bolt of lightning shot out into the elder's soul. The golden bolt of lightning had a certain penetrative ability, and it entered the depths of the soul. The power of God Tribulation lightning then flashed, and the elder's body started to fall. At the same time, a faint golden beam of light shot out from Zhao Feng's left eye. It passed through everything without any obstruction and landed on the head of the black figure that was running away several thousand miles away. A weird scene appeared. The black figure's head suddenly disappeared, and its body started to fall. Lightning wings, spatial flash. After using 2 eye bloodline techniques, Zhao Feng's body turned into a scarlet-red bolt of lightning and disappeared into the air. In the next instant, Zhao Feng appeared several thousand miles away, and his metal lightning body flashed with lightning as it suppressed the area. The scarlet wings of lightning on his back suddenly flapped, and a storm of lightning and fire intertwined in heaven and earth. A pale-faced old lady squeezed out from the shadows below, sacred lightning dominating fist. Zhao Feng punched out with both fists, unleashing dazzling waves of fist energy that engulfed the old woman in black like a metallic mountain of lightning. Not dead. Zhao Feng exclaimed as his eyes locked onto the flashing figure in the air. Boom! Whoosh! Zhao Feng circulated his blood devil sun bloodline, and his body shook as flames started to flash around him. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng created a storm of flames and lightning, and he was like a ball of blood-red lightning that shot forward with unparalleled speed. Boom! The old lady was hit by a ball of blood-red lightning, and her body shattered. Meow! A dark silver light flashed, and the little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder, as if it was asking for credit, for emperors had been killed. Zhao Feng let out a long breath. He was suppressed by everyone in the Duanmu family, and due to many reasons he couldn't do anything. He had a stomach full of anger. Now, these people from Nine Darkness Palace had taken the initiative to help him vent his anger. After taking care of the four, Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile and looked into the distance. Was the performance enjoyable? Chapter 919. Gentlemen, was this performance enjoyable? Zhao Feng's warm greeting sounded in the souls of the two middle-aged males and woke them up from their daze. Their souls started to tremble in fear. The two looked at each other before taking out a dark yellow talisman and imprinting their sole intent on it. The talisman then merged into the air and disappeared. They were professional intelligence agents that specialized in concealment, detection, and tracking. Therefore, they had a rough understanding of Zhao Feng's battle just now. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to notice them from the very beginning. Zhao Feng chased after the old granny just to get closer to them in case they sensed something was wrong and ran away. They admired Zhao Feng's strength and intelligence. The two had nowhere to run, so they could only send out the news before they died. Whoosh! A faint golden light pierced through everything and shot into the distance. In the next instant, the dark yellow talisman appeared in the air before slowly fading. The hearts of the two males shook once again, and they looked at the blood-flaming giant of lightning in the sky with despair in their eyes. The two couldn't even speak due to the limitless power. They knelt on the ground and waited for their judgment. Zhao Feng's left eye focused, and a surge of powerful soul eye bloodline power appeared and locked onto their souls. Soul search! A wicked soul undulation appeared from his left eye and charged into their souls. 2 breaths later, Zhao Feng waved his hand, and the power of scarlet lightning and blood fire turned their bodies into dust. 13th Prince! Zhao Feng's eyes were cold. He knew everything from the soul search. The 13th Prince's faction had secretly sent the news to Nine Darkness Palace. They wanted Nine Darkness Palace to attack first. Firstly, they were afraid of the god-slaying arrow in Zhao Feng's hand. Secondly, they were here to check his strength. If Nine Darkness Palace failed, they would be able to send assassins to deal with Zhao Feng. As I thought, Yufei is still in the dark. Zhao Feng was even more certain, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Eliminating Zhao Feng was the 13th Prince's plan. As long as Xiao Qin died, the pillar of support in Zhao Yufei's heart would collapse. Furthermore, the 13th Prince would be able to pacify Zhao Yufei and slowly gain her favor. If he could seize the position of Crown Prince, everything would be much easier. Hee, you want me dead? You want to ascend to the position of Crown Prince. Zhao Feng sneered. His eyes were cold, and an invisible killing intent caused the surrounding area to darken. However, Nine Darkness Palace and the 13th Prince's faction won't give up so easily. Zhao Feng's eyes turned deep as he started to think. For the sake of obtaining Zhao Yufei, the 13th Prince would definitely eliminate Xiao Qin. The faction behind the 13th Prince was overwhelming, and it was impossible to guard against it. Furthermore, Nine Darkness Palace had the same thoughts as the 13th Prince's faction. However, Nine Darkness Palace was willing to send out 4 great emperors in exchange for one of Zhao Feng's god-slaying arrows. These 4 great emperors probably didn't know that the upper echelon of Nine Darkness Palace didn't expect them to be able to kill Zhao Feng. Unfortunately, they were all dead, and no one would be able to bring the information back. Zhao Feng made up his mind after thinking for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Hee, looks like it's destined. The 9th God's eye and the 9th Prince. After making up his mind, Zhao Feng immediately flew toward Long Rainbow City. St. Herb Pavilion. The ninth prince was still on the ninth floor, talking to Zhou Su. Zhao Feng went straight up. "Why are you here again?" Zhou Su's unhappy voice sounded first. She couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng. This youth was too stubborn. Zhao Feng ignored her. He walked before the ninth prince and said, "Ninth prince, if your promise is still valid, I'll agree to it." The ninth prince paused for a moment before becoming overjoyed. When he met Zhao Feng, he asked Zhao Feng about it, but Zhao Feng said that he wasn't interested. He originally didn't have much hope. After 2.5 years, Zhao Feng should have thought it through long ago. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng to agree right after leaving for a while. Just as Zhou Su said, he was too stubborn. Furthermore, his conversation with Zhou Su had progressed due to Zhao Feng's suggestion. The ninth prince's confidence instantly rose. In the ninth prince's heart, Zhao Feng specialized in soul attacks and could become a main combatant. He was also an outstanding beast tamer, and he had the misty spatial world as a support tool. Zhou Su's eyebrows furrowed slightly. After Zhao Feng left, the ninth prince told Zhou Su about Zhao Feng's identity, which surprised her. Thinking about how many forces in the divine illusion dimension and ancient mysterious palace had suffered at the hands of Zhao Feng and couldn't do anything to him, Zhou Su felt much better. The ninth prince then told her about how he wanted to recruit Zhao Feng. Even now, Zhao Feng still hadn't agreed and hadn't joined any of the other princes. Zhou Su was the same. Up until now, the fourth prince, the seventh prince, and the eighth prince had all come to express their intentions, but she had rejected them all. "Why did you suddenly agree to him?" Zhou Su walked forward and looked at Zhao Feng's eyes. Zhao Feng hadn't agreed to the ninth prince in the past 2.5 years. But why did he agree after leaving for a while? She was very confused. What had happened that made him so decisive? "Because I want to kill the 13th prince." Zhao Feng smiled faintly and said, "The 13th prince had harmed Zhao Feng and caused him to be in a stalemate with the Duanmu family. His master, Duanmu Qing, was in a difficult position, and Zhao Yufei was very sad. This person couldn't be forgiven." The expressions of the ninth prince, Old Ing, and the elder in black at the entrance changed, and they held their breaths as they looked deeply at Zhao Feng. If this was said in the outside world, Zhao Feng would have been dead already. Although the ninth prince was the 13th prince's older brother, the mothers of almost all the princes were different people. The princes seemed to get along on the surface, but they all wanted each other to die, and that was just hope. The princes wouldn't attack each other, not even in the dark. Once they were found out, they would lose their imperial bloodline forever. He. Zhou Su suddenly laughed coldly and said casually, "I want to kill him as well. Ninth brother, I agree to your request." The ninth prince was still guessing why Zhao Feng said this, but Zhou Su also said the same thing and agreed to his request. The ninth prince was still trying to figure out why Zhao Feng said this, but Zhou Su also said the same thing and agreed to his request. All of this happened so quickly that he didn't dare to believe it. He instantly obtained 2 top-notch subordinates. He suddenly felt that all of this was because of his 13th brother, and he should thank him in person. Old Ing revealed a joyful smile as he looked deeply at Zhao Feng. Originally, the ninth prince's chances of winning in the battle for the crown prince position were 0. However, there was a sliver of hope now. Also, little friend Zhao Feng were on the same side now. "Can you tell me how you got rid of the poison?" Zhou Su's personality suddenly changed, and she revealed a cute smile as she looked at Zhao Feng as if she knew him very well. The surrounding people blushed with shame. As expected, women changed faces faster than flipping a book. However, they were also curious. "I'll explain it to you in the future if I have the chance. Now that we're on the same side, shouldn't the herbs of the St. Herb Pavilion be given to us for free?" Zhao Feng avoided Zhou Su's question and countered with another question. It didn't matter if he told others about the ability of his left eye, but he definitely couldn't reveal the principle of disintegration. Zhou Su'er's expression instantly froze. As expected, it was impossible for her to take advantage of Zhao Feng. Ha ha ha. The ninth prince laughed. He was very happy today. Ninth prince, I just came to the inner continent and don't have a place to stay. Can I? Zhao Feng asked awkwardly. He came to find the ninth prince to find a safe place to stay. I understand. Brother Zhao, why don't you come to my place? It's relatively quiet and suitable for cultivation. The ninth prince understood what Zhao Feng meant, and he knew that Zhao Feng was a cultivation maniac, so he invited Zhao Feng to his place. Then I'll be troubling you. Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly and wasn't polite at all. There was no place safer than the Imperial's palace. This meant that his identity was obvious. Even the 13th prince and 9 Darkness Palace wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Elder sister Sue, I'll be leaving now. The 9th prince said goodbye to Zhou Su, and headed toward the Imperial Palace with Zhao Feng and Olding. 9th prince, Zhou Su is a princess? Zhao Feng could guess from how the 9th prince called Zhou Su. That's right. Elder sister Su was once my father's favorite princess. The 9th prince said with a faint smile. Then why did she leave the Imperial Palace? Zhao Feng didn't understand. Furthermore, Zhou Su seemed to have a huge feud with the Sacred Emperor and the 13th prince. Zhou Su's mother used to be the Sacred Empress, but she passed away. The 9th prince had a gentle expression as he sighed. There was no friendship between the princes, but princesses were different. There was no conflict of interest between them. All the princes tried their best to get on the good side of the princesses. This was because the partners of the princesses would definitely be from a major force in the future. Zhao Feng nodded his head and understood. After Zhou Su's mother passed away, the Sacred Emperor married another woman, and his son was the 13th prince. No wonder Zhou Su would say the same thing back then. However, although Zhao Feng said that he wouldn't act blindly, the Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress stood behind the 13th prince, and they were the symbol of the Lord dynasty. On the other hand, the Great Gan Lord dynasty had a 4-star power, the Grand Imperial Hall. He wouldn't attack the 13th prince unless he was 100% confident. 20 days later, Zhao Feng arrived at the Imperial Palace. As he got closer to the Imperial Palace, Zhao Feng could faintly feel an invisible force protecting heaven and earth. Zhao Feng felt as if he had entered someone else's territory when he stepped in. All his actions were controlled by a mysterious force. Apart from the Sacred Emperor and some special organizations, flying was forbidden within the Imperial Palace. Zhao Feng followed the 9th prince and entered the Imperial Palace through the main gates. Zhao Feng, a familiar voice came from the front. Brother 8th prince. The 9th prince had a faint smile and a hint of smugness. He believed that the 8th and 13th princes knew how strong Zhao Feng was. The 8th prince knew Zhao Feng before he entered the divine illusion dimension. Now he had successfully recruited Zhao Feng. Luo Zun was still next to the 8th prince. Both of them had complicated expressions as they looked at Zhao Feng. The 8th prince was actually somewhat regretful. If it wasn't for Luo Shui's matter, he wouldn't have made such a decision. If it wasn't for Luo Shui, he wouldn't have had so many misunderstandings with Zhao Feng. He would have been the one recruiting Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's performance in the divine illusion dimension had slightly suppressed the 4th prince's right-hand man, Xian Wuheng. Zhao Feng was now at the late stage Void God realm. However, he didn't dare to estimate his true strength. Furthermore, he didn't dare to look at Zhao Feng's golden eyes directly, and his soul trembled. Chapter 920. 9th Royal Brother, congratulations on recruiting such a capable general. The 8th prince greeted politely. Facing Zhao Feng, he and Luo Zun both felt disgusted and helpless. The mysteriousness and difficulty of dealing with Zhao Feng were deeply ingrained in their hearts. However, the ninth prince recruiting Zhao Feng didn't affect the situation much. After all, the ninth prince's background was too weak, and he didn't have many experts under his command. His overall ranking was quite low. According to past experience, the position of the crown prince would always appear in the top 5 estimated by the intelligence agencies. The princes who were ranked lower in strength basically had no chance of winning. They entered the imperial tombs to search for opportunities and consolidate their strength. In the future, they might be able to be conferred a good title. It would be even better if they could enter the Grand Imperial Hall. However, there was still some time before the selection of the crown prince. No one could predict what would happen next. As long as there was a shred of competitive spirit, there would still be a sliver of a chance. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the ninth prince, the two said their goodbyes. Zhao Feng and the eighth prince Luo Zun had nothing to say. Luo Zun. The ninth prince noticed that Luo Zun was acting strangely and immediately understood. When they first met Zhao Feng, his cultivation hadn't even reached the true lord rank, and they didn't put him in their eyes. Currently, Zhao Feng had become a peak existence among the younger generation. His ranking on the Imperial Path Genius ranking had risen to 7th place. Watching the once weak Ant grow stronger step by step, even surpassing him, there was no way he would feel good about it. 8th Prince, I'm fine. Once my dual attribute little world is formed, Zhao Feng won't be my match. Luo Zun's eyes lit up as his will to fight was ignited. He was now a void god realm emperor. The biggest difference between monarchs and monarchs was their comprehension of the heavens and earth and the power of their little worlds. If Luo Zun's dual-attributed little world was formed successfully, its power would be unimaginable. He wouldn't even be afraid of veteran peak great emperors. That's good. If the following negotiations are successful, our overall strength will increase a little. Even if he was not a popular candidate for the position of crown prince, the 8th prince still wanted to give it his all and not leave any regrets. There were many variables in the royal tombs. The one with the strongest overall strength might not necessarily be the final winner. The palace of the great Qian dynasty was majestic and resplendent. It was like a golden scale dragon that occupied the land. The heaven-earth essence in the royal palace was several levels higher than in the outside world. Furthermore, there was also the protection of luck. As for the residence of the princes, it was one of the few places in the entire palace that had the densest heaven-earth yuan qi. Along the way, many members of the royal family greeted him. Ninth Highness, the ninth prince is back. Your Highness has gained a lot from this trip. While greeting the ninth prince, they were also secretly inspecting Zhao Feng with curiosity. Needless to say, this person was someone that the ninth prince had recruited. Given how young he was, he must be an expert in some aspect for the ninth prince to personally bring him to the royal palace. However, some imperial members who didn't have high hopes for the ninth prince didn't pay too much attention to Zhao Feng. The people recruited by the princes were mostly elite legends of the older generation. There were also exceptions, such as the fourth prince's right-hand man, Xian Wuheng. However, Xian Wuheng's name had already spread throughout the great Gan dynasty. No one knew where this golden-haired brat came from. He's so young. No matter how talented he is, he doesn't have much experience and won't be of much use. Of course, those with true strength and brains know how to choose. When the ninth prince returned, an old butler quickly walked out from within the palace. Your Highness, Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liangsang from Skypool City came to visit a while ago. The old butler had a joyful expression as he inspected Zhao Feng and reported. Got it. The ninth prince replied and led Zhao Feng to a side hall. The old butler paused for a moment. Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liangsang was someone that the ninth prince placed a lot of importance on. He had tried to recruit him personally, but was rejected. Grandmaster Beast tamer Liangsang had come to visit, but the ninth prince didn't seem to care. This was slightly abnormal. "Your Highness," Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liang said that if your Highness can take out 5 peak-tier king beasts, he will agree. The old butler quickly followed and continued to speak. "If Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liangsang comes again in the future, just reject him." The ninth prince led Zhao Feng into a grand side hall and turned his head to give orders to the old butler. The old butler's expression turned to surprise. Reject him directly? Could His Highness have already found an outstanding Grandmaster Beast Tamer? Could it be that golden-haired youth? Could His Highness have already given up on the fight to become Crown Prince? The old butler shook his head slightly. How could such a young Grandmaster Beast Tamer be compared to Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liangsang? Of the 10 princes participating in the fight to become Crown Prince, some of them weren't interested in the Crown Prince position. However, these princes had the right to enter the imperial tombs. Therefore, many forces spent a large amount of resources and treasures in exchange for these spots, sending their geniuses into the imperial tombs to train and search for fortune. From the old butler's point of view, His Highness might have sold this spot to some force or family in exchange for some actual benefits. "Ninth Prince, I'll be staying here for now." Zhao Feng wasn't courteous at all. The heaven-earth Yuan-Chi here was extremely dense, and it was protected by the providence of the Lord Dynasty. Cultivating here would be much easier. "Brother Zhao, I still have something to do. Just stay here. If you need anything, just tell Butler Qi." The ninth prince explained some things to Butler Qi before leaving with Old Ing. Zhao Feng walked into the hall and entered seclusion. Right now, his cultivation was still too low. There was no age limit for the experts that could enter the imperial tombs. In other words, this time, it wasn't a fight between the younger generation. It was mainly between the geniuses of the older generation and the older generation. Furthermore, the entire group had their own roles, and everyone was responsible for what they were best at. Zhao Feng was using the ninth prince to ensure his safety, and he would do his best to help the ninth prince as well. The god Tribulation had floated above the golden ball in the dimension of his left eye. Zhao Feng realized that even if the purple sea of mist disappeared, as long as he could draw out the power of the god Tribulation Lightning, the power of the god Tribulation Lightning would slowly disappear and merge into his soul. The power of the god Tribulation Lightning would slowly disappear and merge into his soul. At this moment, Zhao Feng's soul was much more condensed than others. A strong soul meant that his consciousness and soul intent were extraordinary. Furthermore, his soul contained the symbols of God Tribulation Lightning. As long as he circulated his soul power, the power of the God Tribulation Lightning would appear. Therefore, as long as Zhao Feng's attacks contained soul intent, they would be damaged by God Tribulation Lightning. On the other hand, Zhao Feng cultivated the Golden Kuan Sacred Lightning Body. Once he broke through to the 6th level, he would be able to use his God Tribulation Lightning Soul Body to refine his sacred lightning body. At that time, both Zhao Feng's soul and physical body would contain the laws of the God Tribulation Lightning, which would be of great help when he faced the God Tribulation in the future. Zhao Feng's consciousness split into 4 and started to cultivate. The first was to absorb the power of the God Tribulation Lightning. The second was to cultivate the fire of wind lightning. The third was to comprehend the structure of the particles within the golden ball. The fourth was to use the blood devil sun bloodline and the fire of wind lightning to refine his sacred lightning body. Fire Qilin grass, fire patterned blood Ganoderma. Zhao Feng immediately took out the fire elemental resources that he had bought from the Saint Herb Pavilion and used them. If others saw this, they would definitely spit out blood and curse. Even peak emperors wouldn't be willing to part with these rare and precious resources and would turn them into spiritual medicines. However, Zhao Feng used many of them. The The sky rainbow fire beehive's poison hasn't been detoxified yet. I'll leave it for another day. The aura of fire around Zhao Feng's body instantly rose, and the fire of wind lightning within his crystal core started to boil. The fire of wind lightning true yuan around his body started to circulate and absorb the energy. The leftover medicinal energy was absorbed by the blood devil sun bloodline, making full use of it. On this day, the power of the fire of wind lightning within Zhao Feng's crystal core suddenly increased. The fire of wind lightning has consolidated at the early stages. Zhao Feng let out a breath. Zhao Feng had already memorized the structure of the particles within the golden ball within the dimension of his left eye. After all, Zhao Feng hadn't decomposed much yet. There were too few references, so it was hard for him to obtain any important information. The things within the misty spatial world don't have any value in decomposing them. Zhao Feng had already reached this conclusion. If he wanted to analyze the structure of flowers and plants, he could just decompose the real flowers and plants in the outside world. Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. An earth-grade weapon appeared in front of him from the storage area of the misty spatial world. If I can decompose my opponent's weapon in battle, Zhao Feng activated the ability of his left eye, and a faint golden beam of light passed through the weapon in his hand. However, even after the mysterious ripple of light passed through it for a long time, the earth-grade weapon still didn't change. The forging of any weapon requires dozens or even hundreds of different materials. After being forged at a high temperature, the particles within have already changed shape and fused together. Zhao Feng stopped decomposing and closed his left eye. In that instant, his left eye obtained a large amount of information about the structure of the metal particles. However, the structure of these particles had changed shape and weren't complete. The toughness of a weapon was a representation of the density of the particles. The densely packed particles made Zhao Feng's head dizzy. As I thought, decomposing a weapon isn't very realistic. Zhao Feng gave up on this thought for now. At the same time, in another grand hall in the imperial palace, reporting to the 13th prince, this is the person that the 8th prince brought into the imperial palace a while ago. A servant knelt on the ground and handed over a piece of white paper. The 13th prince took the white paper and touched it with his sole intent. The image of a handsome male with golden hair and golden eyes instantly appeared in his mind. This isn't the Zhao Feng. The 13th prince immediately stood up with a shocked and angry expression. What? Qin, you said that the person that the 9th prince brought into the imperial palace is Zhao Feng? The authoritative male sitting in the back of the hall instantly stood up with a grim expression. Uncle, it's indeed Zhao Feng. The only difference is that the color of his hair and eyes have changed. The 13th prince was extremely certain. These pieces of trash. The authoritative male had an angry expression. He was the one who ordered his subordinates to assassinate Zhao Feng. His subordinates even promised him that Zhao Feng would die. Now that Zhao Feng had entered the imperial palace, he was probably one of the 9th prince's subordinates. He was part of the 13th prince's faction and couldn't do anything, let alone in the imperial palace. Chapter 9:21. Then I'll let him live for a while longer. He'll die when I become the crown prince. The 13th prince's gaze was cold. After the battle for crown prince was over, Zhao Feng wouldn't be a member of the Imperials, so he wouldn't be able to stay in the imperial palace. At that time, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. The authoritative male shook his head and sat back down after hearing that. Zhou Chen was still too young and lacked experience. If Zhao Feng was dead, things with Zhao Yufei would be much easier. At that time, the 13th prince's faction would be able to expand after announcing the marriage. What a pity! There was still more than a year until the battle for crown prince. He could only hope that the Duanmu family would be able to stall Zhao Yufei during this period of time. He couldn't let Zhao Yufei see Zhao Feng no matter what. It would be best if she didn't know anything about Zhao Feng. Chen, How are the people you've recruited? The authoritative male asked. He still didn't trust Zhou Chen, so he often came to give him advice. It's all done for now. If there's a better candidate, we can replace him. The 13th prince was full of confidence. His mother and uncle had helped him manage most of the matters regarding the battle for crown prince. He was the one who participated the most in recruiting people, and he had unexpected gains as well. His mother and uncle would be shocked when the time came. That's good. The authoritative male relaxed slightly. It was easy to determine who was strong and who was weak. Zhou Chen shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Furthermore, there would be a battle for the spots before the battle for crown prince. For example, some of the forces behind the 13th prince might not be happy and want to fight for the position of beast tamer. They could challenge the beast tamer who had the slot, and if they won, they would be able to replace him. The battle for the spots had only appeared a few times before the battle for crown prince. The goal was to prevent the princes from making decisions on their own and allow the forces that supported the princes to have the right to enter the imperial tombs. Furthermore, it would allow the princes to obtain more powerful subordinates. Within the misty spatial world, Zhao Feng split off a portion of his consciousness to create the wind-lightning domain. Ever since his rebirth, Zhao Feng had been pressed for time. Due to his talent in the soul, he could only create the illusion maze domain. It's time to get to the small world, Zhao Feng murmured. His cultivation had stabilized at the late stage of the Void God realm, and he was only one step away from becoming an emperor. However, this did not mean that he could not form a small world. Zhao Feng's ability to learn and comprehend was superior to others. When he created his domain, he was one step ahead of others. What was wrong with being one step ahead of others in creating a small world? Furthermore, Zhao Feng had cultivated twice, so his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth surpassed normal peak-tier kings. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had a feeling that the ability of his left eye would be of great help in the construction of his little world. Therefore, he had to form the wind-lightning domain first before he could determine which domain he should form into a small world. 3 months later, Zhao Feng exited seclusion and went to the 9th Prince's palace. Butler Qi, can you send someone to the Celestial Herb Pavilion in Long Rainbow City to retrieve some herbs for me? Zhao Feng summoned Butler Qi. No problem. Butler Qi paused for a moment. He had almost forgotten about the golden-haired youth that lived here in the past 3 months. Go find the pavilion master of the Celestial Herb Pavilion and tell him that Zhao Feng needs the most precious fire elemental resources. Apart from the sky rainbow fire beehive, all the fire elemental resources that Zhao Feng had used up. The poison in the sky rainbow fire beehive hadn't been completely removed yet. However, a trip to the Celestial Herb Pavilion would take 2 months. Butler Qi's expression changed, and he immediately smiled. Sure, I didn't expect young Sir Zhao to be so familiar with the pavilion master of the Celestial Herb Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Celestial Herb Pavilion, Zhou Su-er, was the princess of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. Everyone in the Imperials knew about this. Zhou Su-er was extremely talented, and even the Grand Masters of the Imperial Physician Pavilion praised her medical skills. However, what shocked Butler Qi the most was the identity of this youth. It was Zhao Feng, the purple-haired demonic duo that had caused a stir in the divine illusion dimension. However, Zhao Feng was known for his eye bloodline techniques, and no one had heard of him being a beast tamer. At this moment, the voice of a male sounded from outside the hall. This one is Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liang Sang from Sky Pond City. I'm here to visit the 9th Prince. Butler Qi immediately went out and said, Master Liang, His Highness isn't here right now. Sure, help me tell the 9th Prince that as long as the 9th Prince can take out 3 peak-tier king rare beasts, Liang Sang is willing to help the 9th Prince. Liang Sang had an arrogant expression and showed that he was willing to give in. Rare beasts were different from normal beasts. Rare beasts were extremely rare, and they were very hard to tame. Their growth and potential weren't something normal beasts could compare to. "I'm sorry, Master Liang. His Highness said that he doesn't lack beast tamers anymore." Butler Qi looked around the hall and said with a faint smile, "What?" Liang Sang was surprised. Most of the forces had already formed their own factions. Grandmaster beast tamers were very rare. He rejected the ninth prince because he wanted to get some money from the Imperials. However, there was no news from the ninth prince even after a few months, so he personally came over and lowered his request. He didn't expect the ninth prince to have already found a beast tamer. Liang Sang was unable to accept this. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have agreed straight away. An elder next to Liang Sang asked, "May I know who the Grandmaster Beast Tamer is that the ninth prince has recruited?" Liang Sang was a vassal of Skypool City, and this elder was the city lord of Skypool City. Skypool City hadn't chosen which prince they would support yet. The reason was Liang Sang. Only by making sure that Liang Sang became the subordinate of one of the princes, then Tianqi City would be able to obtain more benefits. Liang Sang's eyes lit up. If he knew the name of this beast tamer, he would be able to target him. All he needed to do was wait for the fight for the spots in the future and obtain a spot. At this moment, Zhao Feng happened to walk out of the hall. The old butler didn't say anything and just glanced at Zhao Feng. "I'm that Grandmaster Beast Tamer," Zhao Feng said directly. Zhao Feng knew a bit about the fight for the spots. Right now, the ninth prince hadn't given Zhao Feng a position yet. However, Zhao Feng felt that the position of Beast Tamer wasn't bad. It probably wouldn't have anything to do with him when the fight for the spots came. This way, he wouldn't reveal his strength early and would be able to observe the overall situation. "May I ask for your name?" The surprise in Liang Sang's heart didn't show on his face. He had never heard of such a young Grandmaster Beast Tamer with golden hair and eyes. "Zhao Feng." Liang Sang's expression paused for a moment before snickering coldly. "Zhao Feng." The eyebrows of the elder from Skypool City furrowed. "Brat, Grandmaster Beast Tamer isn't something you can just say." Liang Sang instantly puffed out his chest and acted as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. Everyone knew of Zhao Feng's rumors, and the most famous one was his eye bloodline. Even though Zhao Feng's eye bloodline leaned towards the soul and could affect beasts, influencing and taming were two different things. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was so young. How much beast taming experience could he have? The youngsters nowadays were too arrogant. "How about we compete with our own pets? You haven't beaten me yet, so don't call yourself a Grandmaster Beast Tamer." Liang Sang was excited. He wanted to use the title of Grandmaster Beast Tamer to provoke Zhao Feng. Even though he was a Grandmaster Beast Tamer, he wasn't as famous as Zhao Feng. This was a great chance for him to use what he was best at to defeat Zhao Feng and gain a spot and fame at the same time. "Sure, give me your title of Grandmaster Beast Tamer then." A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. He could use the Grandmaster Beast Tamer of Skypool City to make a name for himself. He would be safe during the fight for the spots. "Okay, if I win, you will give me your spot." Liang Sang was secretly delighted. Young people were impulsive. The two reached an agreement and walked toward the palace's arena. The city lord of Heavenpool City and Butler Qi immediately followed. Flying and fighting were forbidden in the palace, but the arena wasn't an exception. Some members of the royal family would go to the arena if they wanted to spar with each other. In fact, some of the guards and servants in the palace who had grudges against each other would come here to fight it out. In the long run, the arena would be surrounded by members of the royal family, guards and servants who had nothing to do. They would watch the matches purely as entertainment. At the moment, two guards were fighting on the arena. Both were at the peak of the high rank. The one in silver armor held a long sword that was surrounded by flames. He waved his sword, creating a great noise and stirring up waves of heat that increased the temperature of the arena. The other guard was clad in golden armor. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of protective astral wind. His fists were strong and mighty. His attacks were swift and fierce, and his steps were steady. Zhao Feng, wait a minute. This guard in golden armor will win soon. Liang Sang said with a smile. He's going to lose. Zhao Feng shook his head. The man in silver armor looked weak on the surface, but he wasted a large amount of true essence with each attack and released a lot of heat. He must have some tricks up his sleeves. Zhao Feng also noticed that the flow of true essence in the man's body was a little strange. The man in golden armor still hadn't noticed it, so he was bound to lose. In the next moment, the man in silver armor's body burst out with a fiery red light, and he raised his long sword. A suction force suddenly erupted, and the scorching air waves in the arena instantly gathered toward him. This sword immediately erupted with a might that far surpassed its grade. The blade of the sword turned scarlet, and a fiery light soared into the sky. Boom! The wind around the man in golden armor was broken, and his body flew backward, leaving a scorched area on his chest. Great! Wonderful! Chen Chuan won and became the captain of the third guard team. Haha, I got the golden armor. The silver-armored guard, Qin Chuan, laughed. Liang Sang blushed a little awkwardly and immediately stepped into the arena. Zhao Feng also followed. I'm Liang Sang, the Beast Tamer Grandmaster of Heaven Lake City. Liang Sang introduced herself in front of the crowd. Beast Tamer? This match is going to be exciting. There aren't any Beast Tamer battles in this arena right now. The spectators were all very interested in Beast Tamers. My opponent is a subordinate of the Ninth Prince and an imperial genius who obtained the position of Beast Tamer for the battle to be crowned prince, Zhao Feng. Liang Sang had a faint smile on her face as she introduced Zhao Feng's identity. Zhao Feng? Could it be that Zhao Feng from the Divine Illusion Dimension? Zhao Feng of the purple-haired demonic duo? Zhao Feng was recruited by the Ninth Prince. Oh my God, I didn't expect Zhao Feng to be a beast tamer as well. The spectators instantly started to react. Liang Sang harumphed coldly and thought in his heart, when I defeat you, all this fame will be mine. Chapter 922. The crowd was extremely excited by the rumored purple-haired demonic duo. Furthermore, this was a battle between beast tamers. More and more people were attracted over. My bet with Zhao Feng is the title of Grandmaster Beast Tamer and the position of Beast Tamer in the battle to become Crown Prince. Liang Sang's lips curled as he looked at Zhao Feng, although it seemed like he was afraid that both sides wouldn't accept the bet. In reality, Liang Sang was just trying to attract more people's attention. The title of Grandmaster Beast Tamer and the position of Crown Prince would definitely cause a lot of discussion. Good, this battle is going to be interesting. Both sides will definitely go all out for such a precious bet. Quick, call them over. Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liang Sang, can we start now? Zhao Feng asked impatiently. This guy was acting like he was going to put on a show. Okay. Liang Sang's expression suddenly changed as he opened a spiritual pet bag. A 10-yard-long lizard covered in green scales stomped on the ground. It had a crystal-like horn on its head that flashed with a weird light. Roar! The green lizard roared, and the aura of a peak-tier king spread. Some of the spectators with lower cultivations felt their hearts shake, and they almost fell to the ground. All the spectators instinctively retreated. Even with the protection of Providence, they didn't dare to get too close to a battle between peak-tier kings. The green lizard was like a small mountain as it looked down at Zhao Feng with its cruel eyes. This is a rare beast that I tamed in a swamp. It's called the crystal horn lizard, and it's only a peak-tier king, but it has the battle power of an emperor. Liang Sang introduced proudly. The crystal horn lizard was top tier in both offense and defense. Its only flaw was that it wasn't agile enough. Beast tamers didn't just tame beasts and make them submit. Instead, they made the beasts listen to their commands and fight. They used the intelligence of humans to unleash the battle power of the beasts. What a unique lizard, as expected of a rare beast. Its aura is extraordinary. I heard that lizards are considered the descendants of dragons, and their battle power is definitely one of the top beasts. Zhao Feng glanced at them. These beasts were everywhere in the divine illusion dimension. Zhao Feng waved his left hand. Buzz, a bee the size of a fist, shining with colorful light, flew out. Compared to the crystal horn lizard, the difference in size was like heaven and earth. So beautiful! What kind of demonic beast is this? What a weak aura an ordinary king! The difference between it and Master Liangsang's crystal horn lizard is too great. For a moment, no one could tell what kind of pet it was. It was so dainty and beautiful. However, as a demonic beast, the crystal horn lizard's eyes widened and its entire body trembled. He had an instinctive fear towards the 5 poison distinct bees. This is... Liang Sang stared at the little bee, and her expression changed. But it was too late. Buzz! The huge body of the crystal horn lizard had become a burden to him. Its movements were slow, and the 5 poison distinct bees quickly caught up to it. Their sharp needles pierced through the lizard, and it self-destructed. Boom! When the smoke dissipated, there was a huge hole from the neck to the stomach of the crystal horn lizard. Black blood flowed out. Liang Sang's expression was filled with anger and shock. He immediately called back the crystal horn lizard and applied some medicine to its wound. Luckily, the crystal horn lizard was huge, so the wound wasn't too big. Otherwise, he would have sacrificed a rare beast. However, Liang Sang didn't think that Zhao Feng would have the 5 poison distinct bees, which had a bloodline close to that of the 10,000 ancient races. No wonder Zhao Feng wasn't afraid. With these ancient insects, there was no need for a beast tamer to control them. The 5 poison distinct bees could just use a suicidal attack to obtain victory. This bread definitely has more 5 poison distinct bees. Liang Sang gritted his teeth and revealed a jealous expression. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the seemingly weak bee would be so powerful. The ferocious crystal horn lizard instantly lost the ability to fight. Zhao Feng, let's see how many more 5 poison distinct bees you have. Liang Sang revealed a pained expression as he opened another interspatial bag. A dark green tortoise landed heavily on the martial arts field. The tortoise had a thick shell, rough skin, and a large body. The moment it appeared, a barrier of water appeared and surrounded it. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. This type of beast was the perfect counter to the 5 poison distinct bees. Little thieving cat. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped out of the misty spatial world and immediately shook its head. It was expressing that it was a trump card and couldn't reveal too much. Furthermore, the little thieving cat strongly recommended its little brother, the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly. Zhao Feng was speechless. The cat's actions clearly showed that he wasn't a qualified beast tamer. If that's the case, then let's decide the winner. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Even if the little thieving cat defeated the tortoise, Liang Sang would probably take out more pets to waste time with Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng wasn't a professional beast tamer and didn't have many pets with him. Liang Sang was shocked and had a bad feeling. What did Zhao Feng's words mean? Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and a chubby little silkworm appeared in the air. Boom! The entire martial arts field became silent. The terrifying ancient bloodline aura made the spectators' hearts shake. They immediately retreated dozens of yards with pale white faces and stopped breathing. The dark green tortoise's eyes shook, and its bloodline trembled in fear. It looked at the little silkworm in disbelief. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the dark green tortoise. Who? The giant tortoise instantly held in fear and retracted its head back into its shell. The entire shell continued to tremble and caused the ground to tremble. Liang Sang's beast tamer opened his mouth in a daze. 10,000 ancient races, cloud silkworm, saint butterfly. Even from afar, he could sense that the cloud silkworm saint butterfly's aura had reached the level of an emperor. It had reached the emperor level, but it was an original race with a bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. Its true strength could even affect a sacred lord. All rare beasts that were far away from the ancient times would be suppressed by a realm in front of it. This meant that his peak-tier king beast was only an early-stage king in front of it. Liang Sang wouldn't be able to fight against the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly unless he took out a sacred lord-level beast. Liang Sang put away the giant tortoise and looked at Zhao Feng with jealousy and unwillingness. But there was nothing he could do. No matter what pet Liang Sang took out, he wouldn't be able to win. His pet didn't even dare to look directly at the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly. Why did Zhao Feng have a 5-poison distinct bee? Why did he have one of the original races of the 10,000 ancient races? This was too unfair. However, Liang Sang didn't think that he wouldn't be able to tame an original race of the 10,000 ancient races. I admit defeat. Whoosh! Zhao Feng put away the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, after seeing Liang Sang admit defeat. Some of the spectators were still suppressed by the ancient aura and didn't even see what pet Zhao Feng had taken out. The intense battle didn't happen either. The duel ended with Grandmaster Liang Sang admitting defeat. Liang Sang jumped off the stage and left with the city lord of Sky Pond City. At this moment, Steward Qi immediately walked over with a smile. As expected of young Sir Zhao, your beast-taming skills have surpassed the Grandmaster level. Steward Qi felt a bit guilty. He could have prevented the two from fighting when Liang Sang visited. However, he wanted to see Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills, so he didn't stop him. Now he had seen it for himself. How could someone who could tame an original race of the 10,000 ancient races be weak? Great. Wonderful. Suddenly, a clear and bright voice resounded throughout the martial arts practice field. A bulky male wearing a dragon robe walked over. He was surrounded by a thick layer of providence, and next to him was a young man wearing a white silk robe. Your Highness! Your Highness! Some of the spectating Imperials immediately bowed, and the servants and guards knelt down on one knee. The field became calm again. Zhao Feng was shocked. According to the intelligence, the fourth prince's overall strength was ranked first, and his individual strength was also the highest. Zhao Feng, long time no see. Zhuge Yin, who was beside the fourth prince, greeted him softly with a smile. Zhuge Yin! It looked like Zhuge Yin's sky suspension palace was standing behind the fourth prince. Zhuge Yin was Zhuge Shi. In the divine illusion dimension, he had been the strategist of Sky Suspension Palace and was only second to Xin Yuanwen. The Great Gon Lord dynasty only had 2 4-star forces, Sky Suspension Palace and the Grand Imperial Hall. The Grand Imperial Hall was the organizer of the battle for Crown Prince, so they didn't participate. I've heard Brother Zhuge and Xian Wuheng talk about you. Now that I've met you, my eyes have widened. The fourth prince's eyes twinkled as he spoke to Zhao Feng. You praise me too much. The fourth prince is also very strong. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed. The fourth prince's cultivation had almost reached the level of a quasi-sacred lord and could break through at any moment. His battle power was probably comparable to a sacred lord. He was indeed many times stronger than the other princes. I happen to have an empty spot for a beast tamer. Is Brother Zhao Feng willing to help me? The fourth prince looked at Zhao Feng with a sincere gaze. Everyone outside was silent, and everyone stopped breathing. Being the strongest prince in the battle for Crown Prince, the spots in his hands were fought over by countless experts. How could he have an empty spot? It was a great honor to be personally recruited by the fourth prince and be bestowed with a spot. Everyone was envious of Zhao Feng. Liang Sang, who had just left, wanted to bang his head against a wall and kill himself. He didn't think that his battle with Zhao Feng would be seen by the fourth prince. He felt that he had put on a show with Zhao Feng and made Zhao Feng be chosen by the fourth prince. Now, the fourth prince had directly invited Zhao Feng. He didn't even dare to dream about this. Butler Qi's breathing quickened next to Zhao Feng. He was also regretful, but he didn't dare to say anything. No one would be able to reject this temptation. The fourth prince's overall strength was ranked first, and he had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince. Once a prince became the crown prince, all the members that supported the prince would be rewarded with land and a large amount of providence. It wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the Grand Imperial Hall in the future. "I'm sorry, but I'm already a member of the ninth prince's team." Zhao Feng smiled and rejected. He didn't care about the rewards and providence of the dynasty. As long as the 13th prince didn't become the crown prince, it had nothing to do with him. In addition, Zhao Feng would not do something like betraying his friends. Who? The breathing of everyone present quickened. Zhao Feng actually rejected it? Chapter 9:23. Everyone present couldn't believe what they were hearing. Zhao Feng had rejected the fourth prince so decisively. He rejected the fourth prince, who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince, and helped the ninth prince, who was ranked 6th overall. What was he thinking? Even the fourth prince himself was greatly astonished. He had thought that Zhao Feng would hesitate, but he didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so certain. Furthermore, the reason Zhao Feng rejected was very simple. It was admirable, but it wasn't easy to persuade him otherwise. Betrayal was something that everyone hated. Did they want Zhao Feng to be a traitor? Zhuge Yun was slightly regretful. He was looking forward to working with Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng was willing to join the fourth prince's faction, the fourth prince's overall strength would increase by another level. Furthermore, the golden-haired and golden-eyed Zhao Feng gave him an unfathomable feeling. He couldn't help but think back to the purple-haired demonic duo's power in the divine illusion dimension. Butler Qi's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he felt lucky that Zhao Feng didn't accept. Otherwise, it would be his fault. Looking at Zhao Feng's calm expression, Butler Qi's opinion of Zhao Feng changed once again. Liang Sang, who was far away, almost fell. That brat rejected it. Liang Sang didn't know what to do and almost went crazy. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. That Zhao Feng must have gone crazy. Liang Sang, let's go back and prepare. Let's see if we can get a spot from the other princes. The city lord of Sky Pool City sighed. They had missed such a good opportunity, and now it all depended on luck. Sure. Zhao Feng, I look forward to meeting you in the Imperial Tombs. The fourth prince had a serious expression as he released his aura, as if he was challenging an expert of the same level. Zhao Feng put his hands together and smiled, but he didn't say anything. The fourth prince then left the martial arts field with Zhuge Yun. Your Highness, Zhao Feng is a rare talent, Zhuge Yun suggested. I know. The fourth prince had a grim expression. How many Grandmaster Beast Tamers could control a beast tamer from the 10,000 ancient races? If he wasn't wrong, this cloud silkworm immortal butterfly should be the one in 13th Uncle's hand. Rumor had it that 13th Uncle viewed the cloud silkworm immortal butterfly as a treasure and had fallen into a deep slumber on the verge of death. But now he was alive and well, and his aura was exuberant. From this, it could be seen how capable Zhao Feng was. Furthermore, the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly's support abilities were extremely shocking. There was no lack of ancient and even primordial rare beasts in the Imperial Tombs. If an outstanding beast tamer could tame it, it would be a powerful force to be reckoned with. Unless the ninth Imperial brother gives up the fight for the Crown Prince position, Zhao Feng will not help me. The fourth prince's eyes were clear. If Zhao Feng were to help him, the fourth prince would have a higher chance of winning. However, Zhao Feng, helping the ninth prince, posed no threat to him. 13th uncle? The fourth prince looked ahead and saw Duke Nanfeng rushing over. Your Highness, is Zhao Feng in front? The fourth prince nodded his head faintly. He originally wanted to talk to 13th uncle, but seeing how impatient the latter was, he didn't say anything and sent Duke Nanfeng off with his eyes. Duke Nanfeng had become a sacred lord 2 years ago, and his territory had increased once more. It wasn't impossible for him to enter the Grand Imperial Hall in the future. Looks like Duke Nanfeng might be standing behind the ninth prince. The seventh prince should be quite angry. Zhuge Yun gave a faint smile. After Duke Nanfeng returned to the imperial palace, he tried to negotiate with the seventh prince many times, but he didn't succeed. From the looks of it, Duke Nanfeng had been waiting for Zhao Feng for a long time. Duke Nanfeng. Zhao Feng had a joyful expression as he arrived at the imperial palace. Duke Nanfeng could be said to be the only person he was familiar with. Duke, let's go to His Highness Ninth Highness's place. We can talk slowly. Butler Qi immediately came forward and said respectfully. Under Butler Qi's lead, Zhao Feng and Duke Nanfeng arrived at the ninth prince's palace. Duke Nanfeng had a warm gaze as he looked at the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that they had met Zhao Feng, the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, would still be sleeping and might never wake up, and he wouldn't have become a sacred lord. Congratulations, Duke. You've become a sacred lord. Zhao Feng smiled and clasped his hands. It's all thanks to your 100 origin, sacred honey. Oh, right. Zhao Feng, what happened to your eye? Duke Nanfeng gave a faint smile and asked with concern. He had a deep impression of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. It changed. Zhao Feng didn't hide it. Changed. Duke Nanfeng's heart jumped. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was already very strong, and now that it had changed again, it was probably even more immeasurable. No wonder he couldn't see through Zhao Feng's strength, even after becoming a sacred lord. He didn't even dare to look closely at Zhao Feng's golden eye. Duke Nanfeng was very interested in Zhao Feng's left eye, but he didn't ask too much about it. Why are you helping the ninth prince? Duke Nanfeng was slightly puzzled. This was the main reason why he came. He didn't have high hopes for the ninth prince at all, and he was too embarrassed to say that the ninth prince was at a disadvantage. Duke Nanfeng even said that if Zhao Feng was willing, he could help Zhao Feng get a spot from the 13th prince, the 7th prince, and the other princes who had some hope. However, he didn't know that Zhao Feng had even rejected the 4th prince's offer before he arrived. It's just a coincidence. I want to participate in the battle for Crown Prince, and the 9th prince isn't far from me. Zhao Feng thought about it and didn't know how to reply. He didn't dare to say something like killing the 13th prince in the imperial palace. Hearing this, Duke Nanfeng almost spat out the tea he was drinking. If it wasn't for the fact that he was familiar with Zhao Feng, he would have thought that Zhao Feng was playing with him. Zhao Feng, you really don't care about anything. This was the only thing Duke Nanfeng could say. If it was someone else, they would definitely try to get more benefits for themselves. After that, Zhao Feng and Duke Nanfeng chatted for a long time. Duke Nanfeng mostly told Zhao Feng about the imperial palace, the battle for Crown Prince, and the situation of the princes. No one knew what the little thieving cat and the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, were talking on the side. Duke, I will enter seclusion soon. If there's news from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion or the 10,000 Sacred Clan, tell them to join the 9th Prince's faction. There was still a year left, and Zhao Feng needed to enter seclusion to increase his strength. After all, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion was once a subordinate force of 9 Darkness Palace. Even though it had developed, it still couldn't fight back against a peak 3-star power. Therefore, it was more likely that Bai Qingyue was using the name of the 10,000 Sacred Clan. However, that didn't guarantee her safety. Duke Nanfeng thought for a while before patting his chest. Don't worry, I'll be leaving first." After Duke Nanfeng left, Xiaofeng entered seclusion once more. After obtaining some information from Duke Nanfeng, Xiaofeng felt that it wasn't impossible for the ninth prince to become the crown prince. Within the misty spatial world, I can use the 100 origin sacred honey now. Xiaofeng was slightly impatient. This was his first time using the 100 origin sacred honey ever since he obtained it. At the same time, Xiaofeng split his divine sense into several parts and started to cultivate other things. The first part cultivated the domain of wind lightning. If it was possible, Xiaofeng planned to condense a little world before the battle for Crown Prince. Almost everyone in the imperial tombs had the battle power of an emperor. Forming a little world was the fastest and most effective way to increase Xiaofeng's battle power. The second part cultivated the fire of wind lightning and merged the god tribulation lightning from his soul into the fire of wind lightning. Right now, Xiaofeng's main goal was to increase the quality of his true yuan, not the quantity. According to the information from Duke Nanfeng, if he tried to increase his cultivation in a hurry, it would be detrimental. The other parts of his divine sense were responsible for guiding the power of God tribulation lightning in the dimension of his left eye, refining his soul, and analyzing the structure of various particles. Xiaofeng cautiously drank a portion of the 100 origin sacred honey and instantly felt a pure and smooth aura seep into his organs, limbs, bones, and even the depths of his soul within the dimension of his crystal core. Xiaofeng felt as if his entire body had been blessed by the 100 origin sacred honey, and it became stronger for a short period of time. Maybe it was because of the sacred lightning body, but the effect of the 100 origin sacred honey immediately spread throughout his body and was slowly absorbed by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng immediately circulated his sacred lightning body. His body suddenly became taller, and golden blue light surrounded his body. Exquisite lightning symbols faintly flashed on his body and occasionally released lightning. After circulating the sacred lightning body, the effect of the 100 origin sacred honey doubled, and it was used to refine his physical body to the greatest extent. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Xiaofeng split off another part of his consciousness and circulated the fire of wind, lightning, to refine his sacred lightning body. 3 days later, Xiaofeng's body shook, and the golden blue light around his body brightened. Lightning crackled, and his aura increased dramatically. Looks like I still underestimated the effects of the 100 origin sacred honey. A light twinkled in Xiaofeng's eyes. He had only absorbed 60% of the 100 origin sacred honey's effects. His sacred lightning body had successfully broken through to the limit of the 5th level. He immediately stopped his body from absorbing the effects of the 100 origin sacred honey. Tiny faint purple lightning symbols faintly appeared on Xiaofeng's body, and a powerful soul intent spread out. Since there's still some left, I'll use it to refine my soul body. Xiaofeng had always ignored the God tribulation lightning soul body, but he didn't know enough about it right now. When his knowledge and cultivation increased in the future, he would definitely be able to discover the other uses of the God tribulation lightning soul body. A few more days passed. Xiaofeng's soul completely absorbed the effects of the 100 origin sacred honey. His soul was even more condensed than normal, and it was no longer transparent. Faint God tribulation lightning symbols could be faintly seen on the surface of his soul. After the baptism of the 100 origin sacred honey, Xiaofeng felt that his God tribulation lightning body was different from before. My sacred lightning body has reached the limits of the 5th level. I'll try going to the ancient dream realm. Xiaofeng's heart moved. It had been a long time since he entered the ancient dream realm. After the blue lake disappeared, it was replaced by the mysterious golden ball. Xiaofeng sent his consciousness into the center of the golden ball, and there was a mysterious golden whirlpool. Xiaofeng arrived in the forest. The Yao bird and the giant python were still guarding this place. However, the instant he entered this place, Zhao Feng felt something was wrong. A powerful pressure and a terrifying aura made his bloodline and true Yuan tremble. And this was only because Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had just improved. What's going on? This is a lightning storm. Zhao Feng inspected his surroundings. The sky was dark, lightning flashed and lightning flashed. The invisible aura was extremely oppressive. As the raindrops hit Zhao Feng's body, crackling sounds could be heard. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck down ferociously. It was as if a deity had descended into the world, frightening ghosts and gods alike. Just by standing here, Zhao Feng's body and soul were facing an unparalleled pressure. That bolt of ancient heavenly lightning made Zhao Feng's body shake, and his expression was dazed. The sound of thunder kept on echoing in his mind. Even a sacred lord would be turned to dust if they were hit by that bolt of lightning head-on. This is a lightning storm from the ancient era. Zhao Feng was stunned and spoke after a long time. Chapter 924. Is this the lightning storm of the ancient era? Zhao Feng was stunned, and he spoke after a long time. The dark clouds in the sky were boundless, as if a primordial dragon was roiling and twisting. Lightning markings were like scales, densely packed together. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would descend like a bearing of fangs, malevolent and ghastly, suppressing all living beings. Zhao Feng never thought that natural weather could be so powerful. Facing this lightning storm, Zhao Feng was filled with respect. He felt the power of nature and how small he was. The golden Kuan sacred lightning body that Zhao Feng cultivated used lightning to strengthen his body. However, he didn't dare to absorb the ancient lightning in the ancient dream realm. According to his observations, the ancient lightning just now could even instantly kill a sacred lord. On top of that, Zhao Feng didn't even dare to absorb the remnant aura of the ancient lightning in the air. His sacred lightning body was like a lightning rod to a certain degree. If Zhao Feng stood here and absorbed the aura of the ancient lightning, the next bolt of ancient lightning might be attracted to him. Such a power of thunder and lightning, what a pity! Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. He cultivated a peerless technique that used lightning to strengthen his body, but he didn't dare to attract lightning to his body. However, staying in the ancient dream realm and comprehending the aura of wind, lightning, and rain was very beneficial to Zhao Feng. The primitive lightning, rain, and wind allowed Zhao Feng to slowly come into contact with a deeper level of the laws. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body could naturally absorb some of the aura of lightning as well. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng used the ability of his left eye to disintegrate a wisp of the ancient lightning. Its complex structure was similar to the lightning on Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body. Zhao Feng felt that the lightning he cultivated was a simplified version of the ancient lightning. Boom! Another bolt of ancient lightning landed not far away from Zhao Feng. The earth violently trembled. Countless ancient trees were destroyed and broken, accompanied by the roars of a few powerful demons. The powerful aura of ancient lightning and countless bolts of lightning struck Zhao Feng's body again and again. Even his sacred lightning body felt numb. I can't circulate my sacred lightning body here to absorb the lightning, but I can take it back with me. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at the place where the lightning had struck. His heart trembled. The God Tribulation lightning had in the dimension of his left eye was a vessel for God Tribulation lightning. However, only 20% of the lightning tribulation's power remained, and it would soon be exhausted. Zhao Feng had yet to encounter a powerful lightning carrier. Although the immemorial lightning wasn't as strong as God Tribulation lightning, it was extremely pure and primal. It was also the best lightning to refine the sacred lightning body and soul body. Zhao Feng even speculated that if he were to convert the lightning in his body into ancient lightning, it would be impossible for him to survive. At that time, How strong would his 5 elemental wind, lightning technique, and golden Kuin sacred lightning body be? With a thought, Zhao Feng walked toward the place where the lightning had struck. He met some normal beasts on the way, but they were all easily dealt with. Zhao Feng soon arrived at the place where the lightning had struck. Everything around him was scorched black, and there was a deep crater in the ground. Many trees were still on fire. Some of the lightning started to spread toward Zhao Feng's body when he got closer. Zhao Feng approached a piece of scorched black wood and carefully sensed it. He found that the aura of lightning within it was extremely weak, and it was disappearing. I made a mistake. The trees here aren't good enough to contain the power of ancient lightning. Zhao Feng sighed, but he didn't give up and continued to search. The material of this tree is slightly different. It contains more ancient lightning. Joy appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he looked at the tree in front of him. Although it was scorched black, the inside was still intact, and there were some faint lines of lightning on the surface. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng directly put this scorched black tree into the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng then found a similar tree, as well as a few pieces of wood that contained a lot of lightning energy. After searching a few times, Zhao Feng confirmed that he didn't miss anything. After waiting for a long time, there was no more ancient lightning nearby. After all, the range of this storm was extremely large, and he couldn't see the end. Zhao Feng wouldn't recklessly approach the lightning spots that were too far away. The ancient dream realm was dozens of times more dangerous than the divine illusion dimension. Zhao Feng had explored this forest step by step, and it had taken him a long time to reach it. In the next instant, Zhao Feng returned to the imperial palace and entered the misty spatial world. Let's try the power of ancient lightning. Zhao Feng impatiently circulated his sacred lightning body and lifted up a piece of scorched black wood with his intent. Zhao Feng then formed a tentacle with his fire of wind lightning as a guide to touch the scorched black wood. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two powers of lightning were instantly attracted to each other. A wisp of ancient white lightning was pulled out from the scorched black wood and wrapped around the fire of wind lightning. Wisps of ancient lightning were scattered by the fire of wind lightning and slowly transferred to Zhao Feng's body. Lightning tattoos lit up all over Zhao Feng's body in the state of the sacred lightning body, and they released a bright flash of lightning. Zhao Feng then circulated his cultivation technique and slowly merged the ancient lightning into his sacred lightning body. The ancient lightning didn't clash with the lightning in his body. Zhao Feng also realized that the lightning around his body seemed to be swimming with the ancient lightning. The element of lightning within the sacred lightning body became stronger, so the power of lightning that Zhao Feng could withstand was even greater. This also increased the speed at which his sacred lightning body progressed. On top of that, the defensive and reflective power of the sacred lightning protection would also increase with the power of lightning. After half a day, Zhao Feng completely merged the ancient lightning within the scorched black wood into his sacred lightning body. Let's try merging the power of ancient lightning into my true yuan. Zhao Feng's heart moved. The 5 elemental wind lightning technique focused on wind lightning, and the true yuan dimension of the fire of wind lightning also contained the power of God tribulation lightning. However, the power of God tribulation lightning didn't merge with normal lightning. Instead, the two existed together. Just like before, Zhao Feng decided to first guide the ancient lightning into the fire of wind lightning to increase its offensive capabilities. Zhao Feng slowly guided the fire of wind lightning into the crystal core dimension. Different from the sacred lightning body, the ancient lightning that was guided into the true yuan dimension was slowly merged into the fire of wind lightning and disappeared. However, Zhao Feng could feel that the element of lightning within the fire of wind lightning had become stronger. Under the analysis of his left eye, Zhao Feng found that the structure of the particles of lightning in the area of the fire of wind lightning had changed slightly. The number of particles had increased slightly. From the looks of it, it's possible to turn the power of lightning within the true yuan into the power of ancient lightning. Zhao Feng's heart thumped. If he could use the ancient lightning, if he could use the peak 5th level of the sacred lightning body, he would be able to fight back against the projection of a sacred lord's little world. However, Zhao Feng could only find a vessel for the ancient lightning. There wasn't enough of it. Therefore, he could only transform the power of lightning within the fire of wind lightning. Furthermore, the trees themselves weren't great vessels, and the power of ancient lightning was slowly fading away. I need to hurry. The longer I take, the faster the power of ancient lightning will disappear. Zhao Feng's expression became slightly impatient. Furthermore, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find another vessel for ancient lightning in the ancient dream realm. Several days later, Zhao Feng guided all the power of ancient lightning within the trunk into the true yuan dimension of the fire of wind lightning. At this moment, Zhao Feng's fire of wind lightning contained an ancient and primal aura, and the power of lightning was even purer. At the same time, the power of ancient lightning was able to refine Zhao Feng's fire of wind lightning. The early stages of the fire of wind lightning had been completely consolidated. As the fire of wind lightning surged, the aura within the misty spatial world started to become chaotic and unstable. At the same time, Zhao Feng could merge the fire of wind lightning with the blood devil sun bloodline to form the scarlet lightning blood flame, which had both explosive power and explosive power. If he added the power of God Tribulation lightning to it, the power would be enough to injure sacred lords. Zhao Feng was overjoyed and impatient to test its power. He still remembered that when he fought against the 9 Darkness demonic lord, his scarlet lightning blood flame true yuan was pushed away by the 9 Darkness demonic lord's powerful mystic light, sacred power, before it could even reach him. However, it was different now. And the domain of wind lightning has been formed. Zhao Feng sensed that something was wrong and moved his intent. Although he had been comprehending the power of ancient lightning recently, he still used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to form the domain of wind lightning. Can I merge the power of ancient lightning into the domain of wind lightning to increase its power? Zhao Feng suddenly thought about this question. He didn't have enough ancient lightning in his possession, so he had to choose carefully. Zhao Feng suddenly started to think about this problem. He didn't have enough ancient lightning in his hands, so he had to choose carefully. This thought was soon rejected by him. He had originally planned to form the domain of wind lightning. He would choose one of the domain of wind lightning or the domain of illusion to form a little world. If that was the case, it would be better to merge the power of ancient lightning into the little world of wind lightning after it was formed. I'll put it aside for now and think about whether I should choose the domain of wind lightning or the domain of illusion. Zhao Feng had a lot of information about little worlds in his memories. Little worlds were built on a source of power, and they could turn illusory mental energy into a physical substance. Furthermore, he had fought countless emperors so far, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the power of little worlds. Amongst them, Nan Gongxing's evil god little world and the 9 Darkness demonic lord's sacred lord-level little world gave him the deepest impression. He craved the power of a little world. However, he couldn't be careless. He had to think carefully. There had to be a better choice between the two. The new ability of my left eye doesn't belong to the mental energy dimension. I've been comprehending wind lightning a lot lately, and I even have the ancient lightning in my possession. As he was thinking, Zhao Feng's expression suddenly changed to one of shock. He suddenly remembered that this might be the best time to form the little world of wind lightning, the ancient dream realm's lightning storm. He didn't dare to circulate his sacred lightning body in the ancient dream realm to absorb the ancient lightning. However, what if? What if he could replicate the lightning storm in the ancient dream realm and form a little world of wind lightning? He could create a miniature little world similar to a lightning storm. There's still a certain amount of danger. Zhao Feng's eyes were calm. The ancient lightning wasn't a joke. However, the danger was very low. Furthermore, Zhao Feng could store images of the ancient dream realm into the dimension of his left eye for future use. Let's try it out. Zhao Feng had a solemn expression as his consciousness entered the dimension of his left eye. In the next instant, Zhao Feng appeared in the ancient dream realm. The sky was dark, and the lightning storm was still raging. Chapter 9:25. The ability of his left eye could recreate the scene it saw. It seemed illusory, but even its owner, Zhao Feng, felt it to be extremely real. Furthermore, this ability seemed to have improved after his left eye's mutation. Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm, and the feeling he had in the ancient dream realm was awakened. It wasn't much different from entering the real ancient dream realm. The sky was still filled with storms and lightning. Zhao Feng sat down and released his wind-lightning spatial domain, which stacked on top of the scenery. Time slowly passed. Using the ability of his left eye, Zhao Feng kept on changing his wind-lightning domain so that it was the same as the storm and lightning. Any changes that happened in the ancient dream realm would be the same in Zhao Feng's domain. It's very likely to work this way. As Zhao Feng imitated it, he had already calculated what would happen next. This was a little world of wind-lightning that used the crystal core dimension as its source of power. If that was the case, then he would go to the real ancient dream realm and give it a try. If there was any danger, he could just come back immediately. Zhao Feng then retracted his wind-lightning domain and sunk his consciousness into the golden ball. In the next instant, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm. The weather. Zhao Feng's expression paused for a moment, and he felt that it was a pity. The weather in the ancient dream realm returned to normal. There was no storm or lightning. He had only focused on cultivating and forgot about time. The normal thunderstorm weather might last for a long time. He could only wait patiently for the next chance. Luckily, he had obtained some of the images and even used his golden eye to analyze the changes in the particles. Furthermore, Zhao Feng still had the remaining ancient lightning carriers. Why don't I create a little world in the ancient dream realm? Zhao Feng thought for a while. The place he was in was relatively safe, and he had the protection of the giant python and the Yao bird. Creating a little world in the misty spatial world would have a certain effect on the misty spatial world itself. The storm and wind were just a phenomenon that was built on the real world. Zhao Feng could first use the ancient dream realm as a reference and create the basic structure of the ancient dream realm, then merge the wind-lightning domain into it. This method of creating a small world might be easier. After making up his mind, Zhao Feng sat down cross-legged. After recultivating, Zhao Feng had integrated a large amount of primordial aura into his body and consumed many dreamland fruits. Zhao Feng could stay in the ancient dream realm for a long time. Moreover, a small world was not something that could be casually created. It required a lot of effort and time. Zhao Feng's left eye was of great help in creating a small world. He had decided to fight a protracted war. In addition, Zhao Feng once thought he could decompose a complete substance into countless particles. If he was given countless particles, would he be able to restore them to their original state? This was equivalent to destroying something. It was very simple, but it was very complicated to restore it to its original state. If he could do this, Zhao Feng would probably be able to shape the real world. Of course, this was just a thought. There was no way for him to do anything about it. Zhao Feng was immersed in the creation and comprehension of the little world. In another part of the continent, 4 figures stood in front of a towering mountain. These 4 figures radiated a magnificent power of the demonic Tao that covered the sky. One of them was a bewitching demoness. Her aura suppressed the 3 peak martial emperors next to her as she stood in the middle of a purple-black flame. The magnificent power of heaven and earth caused the sky to be engulfed in purple-black flames. Reporting to Sacred Lord Dark Lotus, Nan Gongxing is inside. An emperor bowed next to the peerless, charming demoness and said respectfully, Nan Gongxing's strength wasn't something that emperors could stop. Without a sacred lord, 9 Darkness Palace had already lost 4 unrivaled emperors. Nan Gongsheng seemed to be able to predict danger. Every time a sacred lord came, he would leave early. Furthermore, he specialized in spatial domains, so normal emperors wouldn't be able to stop him. However, this time he seemed to be in seclusion. A junior with the power of the evil god dares to challenge the dignity of 9 Darkness Palace? You really don't know your place. Sacred Lord Dark Lotus sat within the purple-black flames as her magnificent power locked down the entire mountain. Nan Gongsheng, you won't be able to escape this time. A one-armed martial monarch yelled with a fierce gaze. His arm was the one that was cut off by Nan Gongsheng last time, and the wicked power around the wound made it impossible to heal. Only a sacred lord of the Tao of medicine could heal it. Boom! Right as the members of 9 Darkness Palace were about to charge into the mountain, the entire mountain suddenly exploded as a purple and blood-colored wicked light shot into the sky. The purple and blood-colored patterns on it were faintly discernible. The terrifying wicked power made even sacred Lord Dark Lotus, who was sitting within the purple-black flames, feel pressured. The hearts of the 3 emperors shook, and they uncontrollably retreated several steps. Who? A bewitching youth with purple and blood-colored hair and purple and blood-colored patterns flashed as he landed in front of sacred Lord Dark Lotus and company. The wicked purple and red light made the 3 emperors feel a suffocating pressure, and the true yuan within their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Humph! Sacred Lord Dark Lotus snickered coldly. She used her magnificent power to block part of the aura for her subordinates, while closely inspecting Nan Gongsheng. Half-step Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Dark Lotus was stunned. Nan Gongsheng's cultivation speed was so fast while being chased by 9 Darkness Palace. From the looks of it, your mind has been completely twisted by the power of the evil god. Sacred Lord Dark Lotus had a confident expression. Nan Gongsheng had definitely lost himself and was controlled by the power of the evil god, which was why he was able to progress so quickly. Nan Gongsheng's wicked and cold face, looked at sacred Lord Dark Lotus and laughed coldly. The power of the evil god isn't something you can control. The purple and black demonic flames around sacred Lord Dark Lotus rose, and her aura was completely released. She was like a giant flaming purple lotus that charged toward Nan Gongsheng. At the same time, the 3 emperors retreated. How would they dare to participate in a battle between sacred lords when sacred Lord Dark Lotus took action? The 3 each guarded one side to prevent Nan Gongsheng from escaping. Nan Gongsheng smiled as silver and purple light radiated from his body, and a giant purple and blood-colored pattern appeared behind him. The blood-colored pattern on his skin instantly flashed with a wicked light. A layer of silver and purple light wrapped around him, and he roared like a demon as he charged towards sacred Lord Dark Lotus. Boom! Nan Gongsheng clashed with sacred Lord Dark Lotus, and the layers of silver and purple light moved the sacred Lord's mystic light, sacred power away. Nan Gongsheng was covered in silver and purple light, and he roared like the head of a demon as he charged into the laws of a sacred lord and tore apart all power. What? Demonic Lord Dark Lotus expression changed slightly. Although Nan Gongsheng was a half-step sacred lord, the power he used was similar to her mystic light, sacred power. In fact, it was even stronger than her mystic light, sacred power. Dark demonic lotus. A purple and black lotus flew out from sacred Lord Dark Lotus hand. The disturbance of demonic Tao sacred power on it caused space to twist as it flew toward Nan Gongsheng. Ha ha ha. Nan Gongsheng advanced instead of retreating. He laughed coldly as the silver and purple light around him increased in size. Evil demonic claw. Nan Gongsheng extended his right arm, and the blood-red pattern on it started to quickly climb up his arm. Countless blood-red leaves and branches formed an invisible demonic claw that ripped forward. Boom! 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 The two demonic powers clashed, and a chaotic aura exploded. At the center of the explosion, black and red air currents twisted and turned. The forbidden power destroyed everything. Nan Gongsheng was pushed back 100 yards, and he revealed a cold and wicked smile as he bathed in purple blood. He was like an ancient demon. Sacred Lord Dark Lotus was also pushed back several dozen yards. Blood leaked out of her mouth as she looked at Nan Gongsheng in disbelief. Humph! Demonic Lord Dark Lotus snickered as black, demonic flames burned in her eyes. Wicked scoundrel, you're courting death! Boundless, demonic flames ignited once more, and everything within 1,000 miles became engulfed in flames. Below, countless black lotuses burned as if they could devour everything. Little world projection. Sacred Lord Dark Lotus is using the power of his little world. The three emperors felt as if they were in a cold area, and limitless pressure made them unable to move. It was as if they were suffocating, and this was under the situation where the Dark Lotus demonic lord's little world projection wasn't targeting them. The power of the Dark Lotus demonic lord's little world projection started to spread. Nan Gongsheng's power was suppressed by the limitless laws of the world. I won't play with you guys today. A wicked smile formed on Nan Gongsheng's face. A large, purple and blood-colored light spread from his back and entered the air. It clashed with Sacred Lord Dark Lotus's little world projection and took over half of the territory. Sacred Lord Dark Lotus expression froze. Nan Gongsheng was also using the power of his little world projection, which meant that the power of his little world had reached the level of a sacred lord and was unable to exist in reality. The power of his little world projection wasn't any weaker than Sacred Lord Dark Lotus. It even gave off a terrifying aura that surpassed that of a sacred lord. Nan Gongsheng used the power of his little world projection, and his figure turned into a silver and purple blur that disappeared. Nan Gongsheng's spatial talent was like a fish in water in his little world. Even sacred lords could only stare at him if they didn't break through his little world projection. Arg! With a flash of silver and purple light, Nan Gongsheng appeared behind the one-armed emperor and thrust his palm toward the latter's head. A wicked soul power instantly devoured the latter's soul. Nan Gongsheng, you! Sacred Lord Dark Lotus roared in anger. However, Nan Gongsheng hid within the little world projection and disappeared. The remaining two emperors were dazed, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat as their souls trembled. Nan Gongsheng was able to fight against Sacred Lord Dark Lotus head-on and escape safely. Before he left, he even killed the other demonic Tao emperor. His strength had grown to such a level. Nan Gongsheng stopped after flying for 10,000 miles. The voice of the evil god mental thought body sounded from within his body. How is it? Even sacred lords can't do anything to you. You've already surpassed Zhao Feng. Humph! In the memories of that emperor, Zhao Feng has already killed the Nine Darkness, demonic lord of Nine Darkness Palace. Nan Gongsheng snickered coldly as his expression became grim. How is this possible? The evil god mental thought body was surprised. Looks like I can't slack off. I need to merge and control this power as soon as possible. Nan Gongsheng's silver and purple eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 926. Within the ancient dream realm, with Xiao Feng's crystal core dimension as the foundation, the blurry image of a little world started to appear and overlap with the air. In the silhouette, the scenery around him was faintly discernible. At the same time, the aura of the ancient dream realm started to merge into it. From the looks of it, it seemed like something from the ancient dream realm. Wang, a golden light flashed from Xiao Feng's left eye, and a faint golden ripple spread out and passed through everything. The image of the little world is still mental energy, but the physical power within the crystal core dimension is already tightly connected to it. Zhao Feng's left eye could see through everything. At the same time, Zhao Feng also understood why the items within the little world were different from the real world. The items within the little world were created from the source of power. Normally, the source of power or the power within the crystal core dimension had a single element. As a result, the properties of the material it was made up of were similarly monotonous, merely superficial. For example, Duanmu Qing was a sacred lord of the wood element. His little world was obviously made up of the element of wood, and there was almost no element of fire. My crystal core dimension is different from others. This means that my little world should be more realistic and stable. Zhao Feng's mind was clear. Right now, Zhao Feng's crystal core dimension contained the elements of wind, lightning, water, wood, and fire. Zhao Feng even thought about what would happen when he reached the late stages of the 5 elements. Would his small world evolve into a real space? At the moment, all of this was too far away. He had only cultivated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique to the early stages of the 8th level, and he was still very far away from reaching the peak of the 5 elements. Right now, he should first form the little world of wind lightning, and when he had time in the future, he would strengthen it. It's time to merge the domain of wind, lightning together. The illusion of wind, lightning appeared in the air around Zhao Feng, and the sound of thunder boomed. Boom! Zhao Feng controlled the domain of wind, lightning to change its shape and direction. Under the precise control of his left eye, the domain of wind, lightning, and the image of the little world merged together perfectly. Next is to consolidate them. Zhao Feng knew the steps like the back of his hand. He merged the crystal core space, the domain of wind and thunder, and the embryonic form of his small world. This required gradual and persistent guidance. There was less than half a year left until the selection of the crown prince. The ocean smoke pavilion was still on its way from the distant ocean on the edge of the continent. Pavilion Master Bai, aren't we a little late? Old Monster Su chuckled. Now that the Ocean Smoke Pavilion had teamed up with the 10,000 Sacred Clan and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's underground assassination organization, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion and the 10,000 Sacred Clan had joined forces. Even ordinary 3-star sects would not dare to provoke them. The coastal region was basically under the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's control. Earth Spirit Hall didn't do anything either. After that, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's intelligence network expanded to the edge of the continent. It was developing too quickly and no one could keep up. I believe that Master has already paved the way for us here. Bai Qingyue's eyes were gentle and filled with nostalgia. Since Master left with Sacred Lord Duanmu, he must have joined the Duanmu family and joined the 13th Prince's faction. Supreme Lord Dark Knight speculated. The marriage between Zhao Yufei and the 13th Prince had been going on for a long time. Even though they were at the edge of the ocean, they still knew about it. Furthermore, the faction behind the 13th Prince was expanding even faster than the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. I believe in Master's eyes. Bai Qingyue said. Supreme Lord Dark Knight had an awkward expression. He knew that Bai Qingyue was too attached to Zhao Feng, and with the influence of the Dark Heart Seal, she was willing to be captured by Zhao Feng. Supreme Lord Dark Knight was different. He still hoped to escape Zhao Feng's control after 100 years, but he would still stay in the assassination organization and help Zhao Feng. Although the 13th Prince is young, he is loved by the Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress. Adding on the fact that he has such a large force behind him, there's a high chance that he will be able to defeat the 4th Prince. Who is the strongest? Old Monster Su guessed. If his master entered the Imperial Tombs and helped the 13th Prince, their chances of winning would be even higher. We're now in the Gan province. We're only one city away from the great Gan Imperials. Bai Qingyue was overjoyed. She would be able to reunite with her master soon. Apart from the 3 of them, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion also had Zhanja, the black-robed emperor from the 10,000 sacred clan, and several other kings. A cold laugh suddenly sounded from the distance. It passed through the physical and soul dimensions, causing everyone's hearts to shake, and they immediately stopped. You still want to go to the great gone Imperials? I've been waiting here for a long time. A black-robed figure enveloped in a black aura, like a black star, charged over. The demonic Tao pressure that covered the sky caused everything within 1,000 miles to become dark and suffocating. The void god realm kings nearby spat out mouthfuls of blood and immediately went around as if they were hit by a mountain. The figure covered in black light was like a demonic sovereign that had descended and looked down on those from the ocean smoke pavilion. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Old Monster Sue's expression became grim, and he immediately stepped forward. The hostility in the other party's words and aura was extremely obvious. Supreme Lord Dark Knight's figure flashed forward and blocked the Sacred Lord's aura for the members behind him. Otherwise, all the kings, including Zhan Jia, would be suppressed to death by this Sacred Lord's aura. Bai Qingyue was stunned. 9 darkness palaces, Sacred Lord, Demonic Abyss. Ha ha ha. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion betrayed 9 Darkness Palace. Do I not have the right to punish them? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss laughed savagely and arrogantly as he was covered in black light. 9 Darkness Palace. Everyone's heart dropped. 9 Darkness Palace was a peak 3-star power and one of the strongest demonic Tao forces in the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. It was a monster to them. Even the current Ocean Smoke Pavilion couldn't be compared to it. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was an old Sacred Lord of 9 Darkness Palace, and his strength was immeasurable. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion doesn't belong to 9 Darkness Palace. Bai Qingyue revealed a decisive look. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion was now a 3-star power, and its foundation was even more stable than a normal 3-star power. It had a lot more room to grow. Furthermore, they had 2 Sacred Lords with them, so they had the ability to fight back. As long as they entered the city where the Imperial Palace was, they believed that Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss wouldn't dare to do anything. Bai Qingyue believed that the prince that her master supported would definitely become the crown prince. At that time, 9 Darkness Palace would have to think twice before doing anything to the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. If I say so, then so be it. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss snickered coldly as he looked forward with a cold gaze, and a limitless pressure suddenly increased. A measly emperor dared to talk back to him? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was displeased by Bai Qingyue's words. All of you retreat. Old Monster Su had a solemn expression. This Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was stronger than he had imagined. Any shockwave from a battle between Sacred Lords could instantly kill normal kings. Even Bai Qingyue, who was a peak emperor, could only retreat. A bunch of ants. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss revealed a mocking smile as he looked at the actions of those from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. 2 beginning stage, Sacred Lords want to stop me? The black light around Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss suddenly extended and waved in the air like 2 black tentacles. A chaotic, demonic Tao aura swept toward Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and Old Monster Su, causing their hearts to shake. Right as the 2 sides were about to attack, whoosh! A boundlessly majestic aura came from the distance, and it contained a massive amount of dragon-patterned light. Wherever it passed, countless creatures instinctively prostrated themselves. Stop! The voice of a powerful male sounded. Duke Nanfeng, what's the meaning of this? Why are you interfering with my business? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss expression became solemn as he looked at Duke Nanfeng, who was rushing over. Duke Nanfeng! The expressions of those from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion turned to joy. Zhao Feng and Duke Nanfeng were very close, so they believed that Duke Nanfeng wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and Old Monster Sue let out a breath. The aura that Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss released just now was too terrifying. Only with the addition of Duke Nanfeng did they have some confidence. Luckily, Duke Nanfeng's gaze landed on those from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, and he let out a breath after seeing that no one was injured. Luckily, he had arranged for people to come over as soon as the Ocean Smoke Pavilion arrived in the Gan province. He had promised Zhao Feng that he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he messed up. At the same time, he didn't expect Nine Darkness Palace to send Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss here. Zhao Feng is now the Grand Elder of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, and Zhao Feng is my friend. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Duke Nanfeng wasn't scared at all when facing Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's questioning. An invisible power of providence rose from his body, and draconic light flashed in the air around him. After Duke Nanfeng became a Sacred Lord, his territory expanded, and he obtained even more power of providence. Adding on his initial stage mystic light realm cultivation, his true strength had reached the early stages of the mystic light realm. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's eyebrows furrowed. In terms of logic, Duke Nanfeng's actions weren't wrong. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion was once a force of Nine Darkness Palace, and Zhao Feng's forceful actions angered the upper echelon of Nine Darkness Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that he was hiding in the Imperial Palace, no one would have been able to protect him. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss started to reason with Duke Nanfeng, but his demonic aura didn't decrease. In reality, there was another reason why he killed Zhao Feng and the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. The Nine Darkness Demonic Lord and the 4 emperors that were sent out the second time had all been killed by Zhao Feng. If Nine Darkness Palace let Zhao Feng go just like that, they would lose all their face in the future. Nine Darkness Palace stood behind the 13th Prince's faction, but attacked the 9th Prince's faction. The 13th Prince shouldn't know about this, right? Duke Nanfeng said. He wanted to use the rules of the battle to become Crown Prince, to restrict Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. The battle to become Crown Prince didn't allow anyone to do anything that would harm a prince's overall strength. Those from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion were stunned. Didn't Zhao Feng leave with an elder of the Duanmu family? Why would he join the 9th Prince's faction? Furthermore, the 9th Prince was one of the weakest princes in the battle to become Crown Prince. His chances of becoming the Crown Prince were slim. Ha ha ha, Zhao Feng is just helping the 9th Prince. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion doesn't have the 9th Prince's permission to join the 9th Prince's faction, right? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss suddenly laughed. He had already thought this through before he came out. Duke Nanfeng's expression froze. This was indeed the case. Any force that wanted to join a prince's faction had to get permission from the prince himself. However, how could a prince reject a force that wanted to join? Therefore, this point was neglected by many. Duke Nanfeng, I advise you to stay out of this. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss snickered coldly and immediately took action. Even if Duke Nanfeng tried to stop him, he was still going to kill everyone from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. Whoosh! 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 A demonic light radiated from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's body, and countless tentacles shot into the sky. The aura of a demonic Tao Sacred Lord was released. The air nearby started to twist, and the suppressive aura made the hearts of all the Sacred Lords present go cold. Late stages of the mystic light realm. Duke Nanfeng choked on his words. Chapter 927. The late stages of the mystic light realm. Duke Nanfeng choked on his words. He didn't expect Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss to have broken through to the late stages of the mystic light realm when he came out of seclusion. This meant that even if he teamed up with the 2 Sacred Lords from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, they still wouldn't be Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's match. Old Monster Sue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, who were facing off against Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, felt a surge of power surge toward them. Their sacred bodies started to flip, and their mystic light sacred power was suppressed, making it hard for them to even breathe. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was like a supreme sacred spirit that couldn't be fought against. The late stages of the mystic light realm. Old Monster Su's face was filled with shock. He and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight had only become mystic light realm sacred lords in the past few years, and there was still a gap between them and normal early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords. Moreover, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight was an assassin of the Shadow Gildao. In a head-on battle, many of his techniques would be restricted. However, in front of a late-stage mystic light realm sacred lord, even if they did their best, it was useless. In terms of cultivation, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss definitely suppressed them. Those from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion that had retreated 1,000 miles felt that something was wrong. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's aura had reached an unimaginable level, and they felt their hearts jump just by standing there. Duke Nanfeng also felt helpless. Whoosh! Countless tentacles spread out from Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's body and charged toward Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and Old Monster Su from all directions. They were like hungry demonic beasts that had seen their prey. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight turned into a black stream of light and suddenly split into two. One of them dodged the attack of the demonic light tentacles, while the other disappeared into the void. Old Monster Su circulated his mystic light, sacred power, and retreated. However, the demonic tentacles seemed to extend endlessly. As soon as they missed, they immediately changed direction and continued to attack. Their speed didn't decrease in the slightest as they wrapped around the two of them, as if they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss stood where he was and coldly looked at everything as if he was the god of heaven and earth. Firmament Demon Suppression Seal. Seeing that the demonic tentacles were about to catch up, Old Monster Su circulated his holy energy and threw out a white holy handprint. The holy aura seemed to have the power to suppress demons. Boom! Old Monster Su's holy hand seal collided with several of the demonic tentacles. Pung! Old Monster Su's secret technique was instantly shattered by the powerful mystic light, sacred power. The devilish tentacles pierced through the holy light handprint before continuing onward in a frenzy. At the same time, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight suddenly appeared behind Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and stabbed the rippling dark shadow sword towards Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's back. Humph! Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss snickered coldly. He was still standing calmly in the face of Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's sneak attack. The space behind Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss twisted as demonic Dao sacred power surged, and a demonic tentacle shot out toward Supreme Emperor Dark Knight with a dominating aura. Shio! The moment Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's assassination technique clashed with the demonic tentacles, a black stream of light flew out of his body and disappeared. Swoosh! Supreme Monarch Dark Knight's clone collided with the demonic light tentacles, and both of them shattered. Supreme Monarch Dark Knight sacrificed one of his clones to attack, but he was only able to destroy one of the demonic tentacles. He was unable to get close at all. After fighting for a while, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't move at all, but he managed to force the two Sacred Lords into desperation. Duke Nanfeng stood on the side and was stunned as he witnessed all of this. I can't just watch like this. The draconic light around Duke Nanfeng's body suddenly rose, and the power to break through his limits was released. Whoosh! Just as Duke Nanfeng was about to take action, Jiang, an immortal sword intent that seemed to be able to slash through the sky shot over. A broken ancient azure sword slashed down like a blazing azure rainbow, dragging a dazzling, translucent azure sword light behind it. Whoosh! The demonic tentacle that was about to pierce through Old Monster Su was instantly sliced apart by the sharp green sword light. The tattered green sword spun once and stood in the air, radiating a limitless aura of sword Tao that shook the sky. Behind the broken sword, a dazzling and translucent white sword light appeared, which vaguely outlined the figure of an old man with a long beard. He exuded an immortal soul sword that could destroy heaven and earth, and repelled all the demonic tentacles that were about to attack him. So close! Old Monster Su's heart jumped, and he stared at the tattered green sword in front of him in shock. He didn't know what was going on. That's an ancient god weapon. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was stunned. It was able to easily slice through his demonic tentacles, the immortal sword intent radiating from the sword, and the intent of the soul sword contained within the white light behind the tattered sword. This was the tattered ancient god, Sword of Sky, Sword Pavilion. It was the only ancient god weapon that had appeared in the divine illusion dimension. Furthermore, Little Sword Saint Guyu of Sky Sword Pavilion had received the recognition of the ancient god weapon and merged with it, becoming the weapon spirit of the tattered ancient god sword. Because of this, there were rumors that Sky Sword Pavilion could return to its peak 4-star glory. Why is the ancient god weapon here? Duke Nanfeng was puzzled. The power of an ancient god weapon was indeed shocking. Senior Sword Saint, a female in black, slowly flew over from the distance. It was one of the prodigies of the younger generation of Sky Sword Pavilion, Mo Danyao. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss had an ugly expression. Why would Sky Sword Pavilion interfere in this matter? Furthermore, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss could faintly feel a shocking sword intent appear not far away. This made the 9 darkness demonic lord stop. At this moment, a voice sounded from the little sword saint behind the tattered ancient god sword. Sacred Lord, I owe Xiaofeng a favor. I can't just stand by and watch. Hearing that Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was about to spit fire, it was all because of Xiaofeng again. What did Xiaofeng do in the divine illusion dimension for Little Sword Saint Guyu to owe him a favor? How much power can an ancient god weapon's weapon spirit unleash? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss said coldly. He completely ignored Mo Danyao since her cultivation was too low. His main focus was on the hidden sword intent. Sky Sword Pavilion wouldn't allow their geniuses and ancient god weapons to appear in the outside world. There would definitely be peerless experts of the Tao of the sword protecting them. However, thinking about it, this seemed to be what the little sword saint from the tattered ancient god sword wanted. This meant that as long as he didn't harm Mo Danyao or try to steal the ancient god weapon, the Sacred Lord of Sky Sword Pavilion wouldn't do anything. That makes things much easier. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss revealed a wicked smile as he looked at Old Monster Su and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight with killing intent. Even if there was an ancient god weapon blocking him, he wasn't scared. He had to kill everyone from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. However, suddenly, the tattered ancient god sword spun and landed in Duke Nanfeng's hand. Duke Nanfeng paused for a moment before understanding what the little sword saint meant. Boom! Duke Nanfeng, who was surrounded by draconic light and holding the ancient god weapon, instantly released a powerful sword light that shot into the sky and pierced through everything. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, magnificent power, instantly crumbled under the immortal sword intent. The figure of the white-bearded man behind Duke Nanfeng released the intent of the soul sword. The two merged into one, and heaven and earth changed colors as if he was a peerless sword saint. What? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was stunned. This was possible. With the addition of Draconic Providence, Duke Nanfeng already had the battle power of an early-stage mystic light realm. If he used the ancient god weapon, his battle power would definitely surpass the late-stage mystic light realm. It was enough to pose a lethal threat to him. Supreme Emperor Dark Knight and Old Monster Su were filled with excitement. The current Duke Nanfeng released a peerless aura that shook heaven and earth. As expected of an ancient god weapon, Old Monster Su sighed. Sacred Lord, I'm just returning a favor to Xiaofeng. I'm not willing to be your enemy. The little sword saint's ancient and dignified voice rang out in the soul dimension. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, the battle to become Crown Prince is about to begin, and all the forces of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty will be swept into it. No one knows what will happen next. Duke Nanfeng's aura filled the air as he spoke. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss looked at Duke Nanfeng and understood what he meant. In order to deal with the purple-haired demonic duo, Nine Darkness Palace had lost a large number of mid-tier battle power, and even a Sacred Lord had died. If he was injured because of a Void God Realm Jr., it wouldn't look good, and it might even affect the future development of Nine Darkness Palace. Now that the peak 3-star Sky Sword Pavilion had obtained the power of an ancient god weapon, the situation was unpredictable. Fine, I'll let you go today out of respect for Duke Nanfeng and Sky Sword Pavilion. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's bright voice spread, and he found a way out for himself. Humph. The demonic tentacles in the air all retracted and turned into black light that enveloped Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss and left. The powerful pressure of a demonic Tao Sacred Lord started to fade. Thank you, Sky Sword Pavilion, for helping us. Those from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion all expressed their thanks. I've already returned the favor to Xiaofeng. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. The tattered ancient god sword left a streak of green light as it landed in Amo Donyao's hand and left. At this moment in time within the ancient dream realm, the weather was bright and sunny, but there was a forest covered in lightning and storms. The basic structure of the little world has been completed. Xiaofeng sat in the center of the little world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the howling of wind and lightning didn't affect him at all. The true yuan within the crystal core dimension slowly flowed towards every part of the little world, just like how one's heart and blood flowed towards their limbs. He could feel that he was the ruler of this little world and controlled everything. He even had a slight bit of control over the laws of the ancient dream realm. Using a little world was to make it overlap with the real world and control the laws of the real world to a certain degree. At this moment, Zhao Feng's little world was only 100 yards wide. It was like mud to the sky compared to the 9 Darkness Demonic Lord's little world. The power of the little world isn't enough. Looks like the connection between the domain of wind lightning and the crystal core dimension isn't tight enough. Zhao Feng's left I saw everything. The basic structure of the little world had to be firm, or else it would be extremely difficult to adjust it in the future. On a certain day, in the sky above the ancient dream realm, dark clouds gathered, and the sky suddenly became dark. Flashes of lightning could be faintly seen. Is it coming? Zhao Feng opened his eyes.